I want to make sure. Okay, it looks like we are live on YouTube. Record. Okay, so we're going to continue where we stopped at. At the foot of Sinai, part 2. In part 1, we stopped at asking a very interesting question. That the statement, "You shall be to me a kingdom of priests." This phrase is never repeated in the Torah, and we asked why. We'll try to answer this question today. So let's take it again from verses 6 and then we continue. "And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel." Moshe came and summoned the elders of Israel and placed before them all these words that Yah had commanded him. And all the people replied in unison and said, "All that Yah has spoken, we shall do." Give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So let me take it from the top again. "And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel." Moshe came and summoned the elders of Israel and placed before them all these words that Yah had commanded him. And all the people replied in unison and said, "All that Yah has spoken, we shall do." And Moshe took the words of the people back to Yah. It's interesting to note, if I ask, how did Moshe take the words of the people back to Yah? The reason why I'm asking that question is because it does not say Moshe went back up the mountain. We are not told that. But it seemed to suggest that is what happened. We'll find out. Because what is happening here, you should pay attention. It's back and forth. Moshe is going up and down, up and down. So we have to follow where Moshe is at a particular interaction. Is he up the mountain or is he down with the people? So here, when they say, all the people reply in unison and they say, "All that Yah has spoken we shall do," we are told that Moshe took the words of the people back to Yah. It doesn't tell us whether he went back up the mountain or he's still down there. We don't know that. It doesn't tell us. So we're a bit confused where he's at. You see how important his location is as we go further. So what they're doing here is they are agreeing to something that they haven't heard or seen. But the reason why they are agreeing to a covenant, which they haven't reviewed, is because of the experience, as we mentioned last week, because of the experience with this deity. Let's go on. "And Yah said to Moshe, Behold, I am coming to you in the thickness of the cloud, in order that the people hear when I speak to you, and they will also believe in you forever. And Moshe relayed the words of the people to Yah. Okay, we'll come to that, but I have some questions. Why a thick cloud? Why not Moshe come to the mountain or come up to the mountain so there won't be a need for a cloud? You know, why do we need a cloud there? What Yah is saying, the picture that we are painting here, is that Moshe is going to be enveloped in the cloud. If you don't want them to see you, well, let them stand there. Let Moshe come up and speak to Moshe. The whole encompassing of Moshe and hiding Moshe in the cloud, it seems tedious. It seems not necessary. Behold, I'm coming to you in the thickness of the cloud, in order that the people hear when I speak to you. You come to the foot of the mountain. This is what Yah is saying. I will cover you and me with a cloud. So there is this intimacy between us. The intimacy is between Moshe and Yah. But you will be close enough to the people that when I speak to you, they will hear my words, though they will not be privy to the intimacy shared between me and you. So this is the picture that they're going to see. Moshe is going to walk into that cloud. They are not going to see Moshe. They are not going to see Yah, but they're going to hear communication between these two. Why? So they would know that when you, Moshe, represent my words as really my words, because they will hear me talking to you. So I'm going to demonstrate the intimacy that I have with you, Moshe, to the people. And based on that intimacy, they will know that you represent my words. You really represent my words, because I'm going to speak to you to their hearing. Why does Yah have to, no, how should I put this question? Who is the beneficiary of this act here, of the people believing in Moshe forever? Is it done for the people or is it done for Moshe? I think that's the better question. In order that the people hear when I speak to you, and they will also believe in you forever. Who is the beneficiary? Is it the people believing in Moshe forever? That is the target here. Or is it something that's got to do with Moshe?
Rabbi,
Mr. Jason.
I think it has to do something with um, Moshe. And the reason why I say that is because when we get to the event of the golden calf, um, you see that they were panicking because Moshe wasn't there. So they tried to put a God in his place, a representation in his place to go before them to Hashem. So I think that this here is speaking to Moses and partly the people too, so that they'll understand that Moses is the one whom Yah is going to be speaking with.
Speaking with. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. So some people say both. Okay.
Yeah, Rabbi. Um,
Madam
I
Felix.
think it's both. I think it's a little of both as well. Tagging what Jason said regarding Moshe, but as well for the people, not just for now, but for future as well as the present. So they always can hear. It's something like to call back whenever in doubt. Oh well, I remember the Most High said this, so it's forever ingrained within their mind. So it sort of serves a twofold situation, I think.
Cool. Okay, let me pose the question this way. Do the people already believe in Moshe?
I believe they do, but my thing is that I think it's for Moses' confidence, maybe.
Why do you
That's
say
the vibe
that?
I get.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Madam Cynthia, that the people already believe in him because we are told explicitly at the Sea of Reeds that they did, even though we saw them complain during the water crisis. So the people kind of do believe in Moshe, but you are saying that maybe there's something there about Moshe that needs to be uh, uh, um, fortified or solidified. Why do you say that? I agree. There's some insecurity there. Madam Jew, yes, you sound very faint.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that the children are just like our children. Every once in a while, they need a touch up. That's why you don't spank them every day, but when they get way out of hand, you spank them to bring them back quicker. I think that the same thing goes with these children of Israel. They trust him and they for while they can see it. They trust that Moses, but they fall off the wagon. And so they need to be picked back up and put back in place so that they're in a position to trust him more and more. I think this cloud, I think all of this intimacy between Moshe and God is strengthening the children's bond to Moshe so that they know who the parent actually is in this situation. Also, it strengthens, like Sister Cynthia said, it strengthens Moshe because he falls off the wagon himself. God tells him to say stuff, he says part of it, and then he doesn't say all that he should. So Moses needs a little strengthening here also. So it strengthens the both of them. It strengthens them to know to look to him, and he knows to look to God. That keeps everybody lined up nice and neat.
Awesome.
Rabbi,
I think for
I
me,
think Moshe.
sorry. Oh, sorry. I was going to add. I was going to give my reason. Sorry, and can I quickly say? I think for me, what was coming across was that I don't know if you guys remember when Moses was like he didn't feel like he feels like an Egyptian still, and for me,
Awesome.
even though he's doing these things, there's something inside of him that they don't really like how he feels about how they perceive him and how they see him. When he was like talking to Yah before, and the way that he is and how he tried to, he tried to save the Israelites before when they were like those guys were fighting and stuff, and how they treated him. I think that's still kind of stayed with him, and he ran away. So I think there's an aspect that he doesn't, because he felt that they wouldn't even believe him that Yah spoke to him. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think it's all of that sort of stuff that's still there.
Awesome.
That sort of insecurity of, like, I don't think they recognize me. And that's why I was asking Yah, who should I say is sent me? Those type of things. I think it's all part of those type of things, Brother Basil. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are. You are. You are. Thank you. Madam Edna, come in and then I would go with.
Oh, okay. Hello, Rabbi. I think because it says for forever, will also believe you in you forever.
Yes.
For the future generation,
Correct.
they will always have somebody or a name to relate to for for a lifetime.
Correct. Awesome. So every contribution. Is that Mr. Drew or Mr. Jason?
Yes, Mr. Drew.
Mr. Drew, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Another thing too is like it's also like there with the confirmation that Yah told Moses in the beginning, like when like I said when Cynthia was talking about in Egypt, is that I'm gonna give you confirmation that I told you what I told you and what I say is true. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm gonna bring you back to the mountain. That's what I was gonna say. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see. Okay. Okay. 1 second. I am. So yeah. Okay. There we go. I was making Mr. David moderator on. Okay. On YouTube. So everything that he said is accurate. Let's do this. Most of the time, when we are talking about the Exodus, or when we're talking about the Hebrew people, we focus on the people and leave the leader, which is Moshe. We hardly look at things through Moshe's eyes. We always focus on the people, which is good, because it's the people that are critical. But sometimes when we do that, we leave Moshe out. Moshe the human, not Moshe the prophet, but Moshe as a human. We have clear evidence of his insecurities. In Exodus 4, this is what he says. Behold, they will not believe me. And we said they should not. They should not believe him. If somebody comes from behind the mountain and tells you that, not that Yah spoke to me, he appeared, two different claims. If Mr. Jason says Yah spoke to me, yeah, I might say, yeah, okay, yeah, he does speak. But for him to appear to you, that is a bold statement to make. So Moshe on record has these insecurities as a leader to go say Yah appeared. So what Yah is going to do is he's going to work on those insecurities because he is a human being. We should not forget that. He's got his own issues. So Yah is going to go back in time and address the issues that Moshe had because he needs him to be 100% going forward. He says, they will not believe me. So Yah is saying that I'm going to do what I said I would do to bring them here. And now I'm going to do something that they're going to believe you forever. Forever, meaning that it's going to go throughout the generations. So here, I believe the main focus is Moshe, is the leader to, what word should I use? To make him realize that the people are going to rally behind him and Yah is going to be with him. They're going to believe you forever. Is to answer this question here, or to clarify it, or to check it off. Closing circles. Put that in your spirit. Yah is closing circles. Yah is going back. And he's correcting certain things that happened with his private encounter with Moshe on a larger scale with all the people here at this time. Put that in your spirit. I'm going to ask a question and you will have to draw from that to answer it. Let's move on. So all the people replied in unison and said, all that Yah has spoken we shall do. And Moshe took the words of the people back to Yah. Where is he? Is he at the bottom of the mountain or he's gone back up? I don't know. But we'll find out where he's at. And Yah said to Moshe, behold, I am coming to you in the thickness of the cloud, in order that the people hear when I speak to you, and they will also believe in you forever. And Moshe relayed the words of the people to Yah. The people never spoke. So how can Moshe relay their speech? How would you solve this dilemma here? You're being told to go tell somebody that, you know what, Yah is going to speak to me, to your hearing, so that you believe me forever. That's the context. And the text or the author just tells us that Moshe relayed the words of the people to Yah. What words? The people do not speak. Moshe doesn't speak to the people. So here they are saying that they agree. Okay. They agree with whatever Yah is going to do. But I'm concerned with Moshe not going down to tell them. I'm concerned about we not hearing their words. But all I hear is Moshe relay the words of the people to Yah. How would you solve this?
Verse 9 should come before verse 8.
Took the words of the people back to. Oh, wow. Yeah. True. True. Wow, I didn't look at that. Yes, you can resolve it that way. Yeah. You can switch it
9
around.
should be before 8. So it looks like, and the Lord said to Moses, behold, I am coming to you in the thickness of a cloud in order that the people hear you when I speak to you and they will believe in you forever. And Moses relayed the words of the people. I think it should be, and Moses took these words, like Yah spoke, Moses said it to them, then the people in unison said, whatever the Lord spoke, we shall do. And then Moses took those words back. It almost seems like a play on soliloquies here.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, I didn't look at it like that. But yes, you have something going on here. Clearly, it's not in chronological order. Clearly, it's not, because it's a big mess here. But
Rabbi,
yes, Madam Jew.
perhaps when Moses is taking the words back, I could believe that they're having I don't know what word he used, but that Yah came to him. He met him. It didn't matter where actually Moses is in location. He could be anywhere. But wherever when he wants to relay something back to Yah meets him wherever he is. That's
Okay.
my rationale on how you take things back that other people say to Yah. Yah meets you wherever you are locationally, esoterically. That's what I'm saying. He's in a deep esoteric relationship with the Father, and wherever Moses is, he can relay whatever it is he wants to relay to the Father, because the Father speaks to him face to face. The only prophet that could ever do that. So it doesn't matter where Moses is, up or down, left or right, back or forth. He's the conduit that Yah speaks to or speaks through.
Okay. Awesome. So here, with the next verse coming, we know that Moshe is up the mountain. He doesn't come down to relay this information to the people that I will come to you in the thickness of the cloud so that they believe in you forever. He doesn't come down to relay these words. We know that because of verses 10 that is coming. But the text is telling us that Moshe relayed the words of the people to Yah, meaning that he told something to Yah, which that the people agree, whatever it is. But if you look at the context, look at this and put yourself in Moshe's shoes. If Yah is telling you, go and tell the people, I'm going to speak to you, to their hearing, so that they will believe in you forever. Is this something that you'd go and tell the people? How would you, as a
So,
leader,
Robert, can you ask the question again, please? Sorry.
correct? So Yah is saying that, Madam Cynthia, you know what? You are the leader of these people. I am going to come to you in the thickness of the cloud in order that the people will hear when I speak to you and they will believe in you forever. Is this something that you would go and tell the people that, hey, you know what? Yah is going to come and speak to me, to your hearing, so that you believe in me forever?
No,
No.
no, no. I wouldn't do it.
Correct. If you do it, what does that show?
That you're insecure and you're
It's
like,
all about you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cynthia.
no, it's all right for this. You go, babe. I'll wait.
I would say then I'm telling the people it's all about me.
Correct.
I mean, can't do that.
You know, it's like, hey, you know
Can't do
what?
it.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to speak to me to you. It's like this pride will set in, you know. It's like you better than all of them. So Moshe, and I really applaud him, he doesn't have to go down to go. I mean, how do you say this? Like, really? No, so he doesn't go down here. The other says that Moshe relayed the words of the people to, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, they would agree. If I go, there's no need to go tell them this. If I go tell them, they'll say, sure. I mean, are they going to say no? No. So he doesn't have to go down to tell them. So the author says, yes. It's like the author is responding, or Moshe is responding for the people. I'm not going to walk down all this mountain, go down there and go tell them this. It will bring pride. With anyone, this is going to bring pride. And then maybe the person that you're communicating this to is not going to receive this that well. It's like, well, ain't you special? So he doesn't have to go down to relay that. We know he doesn't go down because in verses 10, Yah tells him to go to the people. And Yah said to Moshe, go to the people and prepare them today and tomorrow, and they shall wash their garments, and they shall be prepared for the third day. For on the third day Yah will descend before the eyes of all the people upon Mount Sinai, and you shall set boundaries for the people around, saying, beware of ascending the mountain or touching its edge. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. No hand shall touch it, for he shall be stoned or cast down, whether man or beast. He shall not live. When the ram's horn sounds a long drawn-out blast, they may ascend the mountain. So Moshe descended the mountain to the people, and he prepared the people, and they washed their garments. He said to the people, be ready for 3 days, do not go near a woman. So here the mood has been set for this intense formal enactment of a covenant between Yah and his people Israel. What are we told? For 3 days, the people are to prepare themselves to participate in this awesome experience. They had to maintain a state of purity. They had to abstain from sexual relations. They had to launder their clothes, and treat the mountain as strictly off limits, which came with the death penalty, until a long blast of the shofar, the ram's horn, which would signal the termination of the revelation. Everything here is critical. It's the long blast of the shofar that's going to terminate this revelation. Put that in your spirit. And it came to pass on the third day, when it was morning, that there were thunderclaps and lightning flashes, and a thick cloud was upon the mountain, and a very powerful blast of a shofar, and the entire nation that was in the camp shuddered. Now, this shofar that blew is not the shofar that is asking them to ascend the mountain because the revelation is over. No, this is the shofar that is telling them not to come near the mountain. So there are two shofars. One is telling them not to come to the mountain. This is the one that is in verse 16. And there is one that will tell them that the revelation is over so they can actually ascend whatever they want to do. Okay. If you look at Exodus 19:16 and we play our favorite game, it seems that we have heard some of these phrases before. We have seen some of these happenings before in the book of Genesis. Can we point some out? Where have we heard some of these before? Someone says in the garden. Not quite. Mr. Jason says Abraham. He's correct. When we go to Genesis 22. So let me read this. It came to pass on the third day, when it was morning, that there were thunderclaps and lightning flashes, and a thick cloud was upon the mountain, and a very powerful blast of a shofar, and the entire nation that was in the camp shuddered. So we get a picture of Abraham. Okay. Shuddered. When you hear shuddered, who comes into your mind? Shuddered. Someone shuddered with a shudder in the book of Genesis. Think about that as I show you the Abraham link. Look at Abraham in Genesis 22. On the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. And Abraham said to his young man, "Stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad will go yonder." So you have, on the third day, you have some people staying at the bottom of the mountain, and you have some people going up the mountain. And we will prostrate ourselves and return to you. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and he saw, I've gone to verse 13. I don't want to read everything. And lo, there was a ram, and after that, it was caught in a tree by its horns. So we see it. We see what is happening. We see the third day. We see that there were people at the bottom of the mountain. Abraham says we're going to go up, worship, and then we're going to return. And then we see the ram's horn, the shofar. So we've seen all these before in the book of Genesis. Now, when we come to the shudder, we see it with Isaac. When Esau comes, and Isaac was thinking that he had blessed Esau, his firstborn, and Esau said, let's read from Genesis 27:32. And his father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." And Isaac shuddered a great shudder. And he said, "Who then is the one who hunted game and brought it to me? And I ate of everything while you had not yet come. And I blessed him. He too shall be blessed." So when we ask, where have we heard this before? The scene here brings us back to the binding of Isaac, which takes place on top of the mountain with people below the mountain. The shofar, which is the ram's horn, also is represented or present at this event. And then the scene also brings us back to the stealing of Esau's blessing, where we saw Isaac shudder. So what is the text doing? The text is moving us back to momentous events to create a continuum. It's like a continuation story and a connection between those events that happened to individuals in a very private setting, both of them between father and sons, Abraham and Isaac, and then Isaac and Esau, to a larger father and son relationship, that is Yah and the people of Israel, experiencing these things. So Yah, as he always does, takes our national history, our national stories, which happened in private. Abraham and Isaac happened in private. Esau and Isaac happened in private. And what is he doing? He's bringing it to the public. Now he's making it larger so that he, as the father, can experience it with the Hebrew people as a nation. Very important. We've seen it through Genesis, how he takes private encounters and then he has those private encounters with the nation as a whole. Put that in your spirit as we go on. Moshe brought the people out towards Yah, or Elohim, from the camp, and they stood at the bottom of the mountain, and the entire mountain smoked because Yah had descended upon it in fire, and its smoke ascended like the smoke of the kiln, and the entire mountain quaked violently. Automatically, you would say that this is an earthquake or a volcano, or earthquake and a volcano. That is not what is happening here. No, it's not. The sound of the shofar grew increasingly stronger. Moshe would speak, and Elohim would answer him with a voice. Yah descended upon Mount Sinai to the peak of the mountain, and Yah summoned Moshe to the peak of the mountain, and Moshe ascended. What we have here, we are told that on the third day were claps of thunder that shattered the wilderness. Okay. We are told that there were flashes of lightning. Lightning usually will illuminate the landscape usually when it's dark. No. We are told of a dense cloud which enveloped the mountain. We are told that the mountain itself trembled violently. And then the shofar blast grew even louder as the entire people assembled at the foot of Sinai. Then we are told that Yah descended upon the mount in fire. This is no evidence of earthquake or volcano, because there's no evidence of active volcanoes in the Sinai Peninsula. There's no evidence of that. What we have here is highly figurative, poetic language. Is not that the author is not trying to describe what exactly happened there. He's using poetry. Why is that? Because this is the language that they would understand in the ancient Near East. And these poetic language, they're not only used in the Bible, we see them all through the ancient Near East. When we come to the Akkadian literature, for example, and then in Mesopotamia, we have epithets that are used for their gods. Some of them, shakers of mountains, shakers of the earth, at whose thunder the heavens tremble. The earth shook, the mountains quaked. You can find all this in the ancient Near East source that we have on Teachable, the ancient Near East and the Old Testament. The one whose thundering people were benumbed, the steeps trembled. All of these things is poetry that we find in ancient Near Eastern text. So if we put them in the right context, the author is not trying to describe what happened at Sinai vividly. His choice of words are what we see in ancient Near Eastern literature, because we don't have evidence of volcanoes where this took place. So we can say it was all spiritual. I don't want to make that claim. I cannot explain or prove the spiritual. So if I go back into the Asian Near East, I see examples of literature where they speak about happenings with these words, with these terms, as the Torah is employing to also use. So it's poetic language. Awesome. So Moses brought the people out towards Elohim from the camp, and they stood at the bottom of the mountain, and the entire Mount Sinai smoked because Yah had descended upon it in fire, and its smoke ascended like the smoke of the kiln, and the entire mountain quaked violently. The sound of the shofar grew increasingly stronger. Moshe would speak. Look at what's happening. Moshe would speak, and Elohim would answer him with a voice. Yah descended on Mount Sinai to the peak of the mountain, and Yah summoned Moshe to the peak of the mountain, and Moshe ascended. Yah said to Moshe, "Go down, warn the people, lest they break their formation to go nearer to Yah, to see, and many of them will fall." And then we are told, and also the priests who go near to Yah shall prepare themselves, lest Yah wreak destruction upon them. Now, we are taught about priests, and automatically you will think that these are Aaronic, meaning Aaron. You would think they are Aaronic priests, but they are really not. These are not Aaronic priests, since they have not been designated yet. What we are seeing here is that these people are going to be summoned closer than everyone else. So they needed to be sanctified. So Yah is saying also the priests who go near to Yah shall prepare themselves. So they would have to be, or they need to be sanctified. Okay, no problem. And Moshe said to Yah, "The people cannot ascend to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, set boundaries for the mountain and sanctify it. But Yah said to him, go, descend, and then you shall ascend, and Aaron with you. But the priest and the populace shall not break their formation to ascend to Yah, lest he wreak destruction upon them." So Moshe went down to the people and said this to them. So what he would say to them when he goes down is that keep away from the mountain, but certain people will be coming up with me. You keep away from it, but certain people will be coming up with me, the priests and then Aaron. Now we have to find out, when is this going to happen? When is Aaron and the priest, when are they going to go up? This is what we have here. This is the end of the chapter. When are they going to go up? Aaron and the priest. Okay, that's number one. Number two, where is Moshe standing at this point, at the end of chapters 19? Where is Moshe standing? Is he up the mountain or down the mountain? He's down the mountain. Thank you. Moshe is down the mountain with the people. He's come to relay what has changed. The priests are going to be sanctified. Aaron is going to also come up. He's come to relay this to them. Then we get to Exodus 20. Elohim spoke all these words to respond. I am Yah your Elohim, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall not have the gods of others in my presence. Wait a minute. Who is Yah speaking to?
How about
Mr. Drew.
he's speaking to the people, speaking to the congregation?
He's speaking to the congregation. He's speaking to all of Israel. I have a question though. I was thinking Mr. Drew would say Yah is speaking to Moshe to the hearing of the people. Has that happened?
I assume the cloud has come down and he's speaking to them through the cloud.
Correct, yes. So he's speaking to the entire people. Here, when the so-called Ten Commandments begins, he's speaking to the entire people, including Moshe. He's not speaking only to Moshe to the hearing of the people. But Moshe was told in chapters 19 that I am going to speak to you to the hearing of the people so that they will believe in you forever. But we know that when these so-called Ten Commandments are given, it's not Yah speaking to Moshe to the hearing of the people. It is Yah speaking to Moshe and the people. So now we are forced to ask, when did Yah ever speak to Moshe to the hearing of all the nation, as he said in Exodus 19? When did this happen? And Yah said to Moshe, behold, I am coming to you in the thickness of the cloud, in order that the people hear when I speak to you, and they will also believe in you forever. We don't see this happening. All we see is the Ten Commandments. And with that, he's speaking to all of them, including Moshe. So we have to find out, when did this happen?
Rabbi, he
Madam
did
Peters.
do this prior to them leaving out of Egypt. He only spoke to Moshe. I don't know if that counts.
No.
No? Okay.
So now let's go back.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. D, go ahead.
Is it possible that that was written for us or written in the book so that we would know what was going on and it was something that was added for our benefit?
It could be, but actually, Yah really spoke to Moshe to the hearing of the people. It's just that you will not notice it if you don't pay very close attention to what is going on. In Exodus 19:19, this is what we hear. The sound of the shofar grew increasingly stronger. Moshe would speak and Elohim would answer him with a voice. Verses 19 is a broad statement telling us that this is the way the scene plays out. Remember, Yah comes down. They are having this intimate encounter. Yah says, I'm going to speak to you. To me, this is the most powerful part of the revelation. I'll explain why. Yah comes down, envelopes Moshe and him in the cloud. They cannot see Yah, they cannot see Moshe, but they're going to hear a conversation. Verses 19 is a broad statement telling us that this is how the scene plays out. Moshe is speaking and Yah answers him. The people are hearing this conversation. You will think that the conversation that they hear is something very deep, very powerful, something very revelation, revelatory. That is the word I want. But look at what they're hearing. This is the conversation that they hear Yah and Moshe having. Yah descended upon Mount Sinai to the peak of the mountain, and Yah summoned Moshe to the peak of the mountain, and Moshe ascended. This is what they hear Yah speaking to Moshe, and then they hearing it as a people. Yah said to Moshe, "Go down, warn the people, lest they break their formation, to go near to Yah to see, and many of them will die." Why is this even important? So let me describe it to you too, as you think about it. Moshe is speaking, and Yah answers him. Yah is answering him through a voice that matches the decibel level of the shofar. Remember, it is noisy. The shofar is just blowing and keeps blowing. We're told it gets louder and louder. And with a soft voice that matches the decibel level of the shofar, you can actually hear Moshe's voice with Yah's voice. It's a soft voice. And he's not screaming on top of his voice. No, just picture that. The shofar is blasting, and you can still hear this communication between a human and Yah in a very soft voice. How do I know it's a soft voice? Because in Exodus 19, just as in 1 Kings 19, Elijah comes to the same place. He comes to Mount Sinai, Horeb, after he had commanded fire to come from heaven to challenge the prophets of Baal. And Jezebel told him, "This time tomorrow I'm going to have your head." He's scared of his brains and he runs away. He comes to Mount Sinai, the mountain of Yah. He comes to Horeb. And he gets a similar revelation. What do we hear? Yah says, "Go out and stand in the mountain before Yah. Behold, Yah passes. And a great and strong wind splitting mountains and shattering boulders before Yah. But Yah was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake. Not in the earthquake was Yah. After the earthquake, fire. Not in the fire was Yah. And after the fire, a still small voice or sound." That is how Yah speaks. So with all the noise going on, they could still hear very soft voice, very calm conversation between Moshe and Yah. Well, that is not the fascinating part, but it is what they are discussing. What are they discussing? Yah tells Moshe, "Now put yourself in the shoes of the children of Israel, and you're encountering this. For the first time, you're going to hear Yah speak with Moshe the leader. What do you expect to hear? Something very deep, something that will blow your mind. But it's not the information that matters here, but the experience. So now see if you can pick up the experience. What are they experiencing? Yah said to Moshe, to the hearing of the people, "Go down, warn the people lest they break their formation to go nearer to Yah to see, and many of them will fall. And also the priests who go near to Yah shall prepare themselves, lest Yah wreak destruction upon them." Verse 23, Moshe is going to respond. And Moshe said to Yah, the people cannot ascend to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, set boundaries for the mountain and sanctify it. But Yah said to him, go, descend, and then you shall ascend. Gives him some more details. 25. So Moshe went down to the people and said this to them. What are we experiencing here that is so powerful? That goes against the belief and thought of the ancient Near East at that time.
No one had ever heard the voice of God before.
That is number one. I think that is secondary to what is happening. Yes, you're very right. But nobody has seen something else. Look at the communication.
Rabbi,
Madam Jew,
nobody has ever seen God speak directly to a person.
that is correct, but there's something deeper than that.
Like he's speaking to an entire nation.
That is correct, but there's something deeper and unique than that. Look at Moshe's response. What is Moshe saying? Look at it carefully.
They're not
It's a
ready.
spiritual,
Like, sorry, I was gonna say that they're not ready, basically, in terms of their mindset. That's what I'm reading here, and that's what is boundary. They can't ascend.
Correct.
They are low level. Does that make sense?
Yes. Everything you're saying is right, but there's something unique. There's something. Oh, Mr. Yeshayahu answered it. Moshe is talking back. Look at the words. It's not that Yah is speaking, but look at the relationship that Yah is demonstrating through Moshe. You are not robots. It's not me just speaking. You have the opportunity to respond and counter what I say. Look at it carefully. You've already told me they shouldn't come. I've told them. You're telling me to go down and tell them. And Moshe is saying that no, they're not going to come up because I already told them. You have a dialogue between a father and a son, and the dialogue is not one way. The son has the opportunity to say, no, it doesn't make sense. You won't get this anywhere in the Asian Near East. So he says, come and let's reason together. This is what they are witnessing that is mind-boggling. The deity is giving the human permission to respond, and if the command doesn't make sense, the human can say, this doesn't make sense. It's not a religious group that we just take whatever is thrown down at us. No, it has to make sense. You spoke to me to go down and tell them, I have told them. Why are you saying I should go back down? No, Moshe said the people cannot ascend to Mount Sinai, for you warned us already, saying, I've already told them, we've sanctified the mountain, they are not going to come up. It's a dialogue. We are not afraid of the deity. He's not going to rain thunder on us because we spoke back. No. This is the relationship that is demonstrated. So when Yah says, I'll speak to you to their hearing, he chose this to demonstrate that I'm not here making rules so you follow. I'm here to have a relationship. I'm here to have a dialogue. If you don't understand, speak back. If it doesn't make sense, tell me it doesn't make sense. If it needs to be changed, it's going to be changed. So the daughters of Zelophehad, experiencing this, comes and says, hey, beautiful. The law that you passed, awesome. It doesn't make sense. Why? It puts us to a disadvantage. Moshe goes to Yah. Yah says they've spoken well. How did they know to speak? To, well, if I can use the word challenge here. Because they witnessed their leader challenging the deity. Not out of disrespect, but to say, hey, wait a second. You haven't considered this. I've already done that. Oh, let's reason together. This is relationship. In the ancient Near East, when the deity speak, he cannot even speak. He cannot respond. No, we are unique. So Moshe can say, no, you cannot destroy them. Abraham can say, will the judge of all the earth not do right? You cannot destroy the wicked with the righteous. That is the relationship that Yah is demonstrating here to the nation of Israel. Come, let us reason together. We're not a religious group.
Brother Basil?
Rabbi, oh man.
Sorry, Jason, you go first, I'll wait.
Rabbi, yo, oh my God. Oh my God. I have been reading the stories of Balaam. I've been reading some of the stories of the Nasut and Egypt, like their history of their being, of their religion and everything like that. I've looked at some of the Ugaritic stuff, and nothing has this in it. I never paid attention to that, where you have a direct conversation between the deity and the people that believe in them.
Yeah.
There is no direct conversation. The deity never answers them back.
No.
Which is why in Deuteronomy, Moses can say, when the nations see this,
Yes.
who could say they have a God so close that when they call on them, he answers them?
Yes.
Wow, I never paid attention to that. Oh, wow, man, this is big. I'm sorry, I'm just in awe right now. This is huge, because when you read these other texts, the deity never speaks to the people.
No.
You'll never hear Pharaoh saying that they spoke directly with the Nasut or with any other deities. It's always a story between deities and deities, but never the people interacting with the deity and the deity answering them in regards to the actual people they're over. Wow.
More or less argue with them and say, no, you cannot do that.
Brother Basil?
Madam Cynthia.
You know what? I have been saying this for years, you know? I have been saying it, and I've been thinking, and the people used to look at me like I was saying it when I was a Christian, but that's, you know, and I even got to a place where I used to say to people, I don't know which God you're talking about, because the God I know, I can reason with. He said, come, let's reason.
Correct.
Right? So I don't know the God that you're talking about. And I felt there's a differentiate between what that person's, the God they were talking about, to the one that I talk to, the one I know, the same. And I think one of the things that has been really detrimental has led to this sort of thing as well, thinking, without people really, it's the education system of people just remembering things and not actually thinking.
Correct.
We're taught to remember stuff, you know, remember what 1 + 1 means, you know, and there's no real, or just remember where a specific place is, you know, on the map, or we're taught to remember things, and that's been used as a system to ascertain whether you are an intelligent person. But actually, what I believe is intelligent is critical thinking.
Correct.
We must teach our generation that is coming up to think. Don't just remember. I want you to think about what's going on. I want you to think and analyze and critically analyze what's happening.
Yes.
That is the key, you know?
Mhm.
And we must not accept the system that tells us that intelligence is about remembering stuff, and that's what keeps you intelligent. You know, you can remember all manner of things, but if you cannot add it, that's why some people say use the word oh, this person is good with books, but they've got no common sense. That's where that's all coming from. Do you know what I'm saying?
Correct.
And I think this is all part of it. We have to stop allowing ourselves to be bamboozled by the system that tells us that intelligence is about remembering, but not about critical thinking. And I want to say to people, you know, when people talk about, even they talk about Jesus, Jesus says that you shall know by the fruits, which requires you to have some kind of analysis, some kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to analyze. You got to critically think.
Yeah. No.
You know, I just got to keep. I have to just put it out there. That is what this is about. That is the key. I'm telling you, people, to the next generation. This is the key. You think that, because you know what? When you remember, it doesn't become yours. But when you are critically thinking,
Correct.
it's a different type of learning.
Yeah.
Completely different type of learning.
Yep. So, I mean, like I said, this is to me, this is the biggest part of the revelation. To be someone in the Asian Near East, where the gods are fighting, where you have to pacify them with fine sifted wheat, with beautiful bullocks and sheep, and they don't respond. Not alone you arguing with them. But when Yah says, I'm going to do something, I'm going to speak to you to their hearing. And the conversation that he chose to have is where he tells Moshe to do something. And Moshe says, I've already done it. You know, why are you asking me to? We've already sanctified the place. And he responds and says, yes, but still go down. And you see the relationship that he's trying to have. Now you go back and now understand why he tells Abraham, would I hide anything from you? I'm going to go to Sodom. And what did he expect? He expected Abraham to jump in and say, wait a second, let's discuss this. We're going to see Moshe do the same thing. He says, after the golden calf, he says, leave me alone and let me destroy them. Moshe says, wait a second, wait. Do you know what people will say if you do that? It's a relationship. It's not a God who knows everything, who can do everything, and Israel. It is a father and his children. If he's acting as a God, he doesn't need permission from anyone. But he's acting as a father who has children. And when your children get to a certain age, you ask them, hey, what do you think? I want to do this. And they'll say, no. You know, you cannot do that. Based on this, let's do it this way. This is what we are witnessing here, a relationship. And indeed, with this kind of relationship, how would you not believe in Moshe forever? So, it is not the information that matters here, but the experience. What are they experiencing? A dialogue from the deity who is acting as a father here to their leader, and their leader countering what the deity is saying and saying, I've already done it. You see the conversation. It's not servant, it's not master and servant, it's father and child.
100%. Brother Basil, this is the thing, yeah. The thing is that what we don't understand is that when you bring up your children as well in this way, when they go outside, they behave in that way.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And so and it allows them to be taken advantage of when they should be questioning certain things.
Correct.
You know, they should be putting their thinking cap on, critically thinking and solving problems. Do you know what I'm saying? Because when you think, you have to solve problems, right?
You have to.
If you don't think, you're not going to solve problems. And this is the issue. That is why the Christianity thing became a problem. Because you don't have to solve problems. You just have to just you know. And that is the issue. You know, we have to come out of this. The next generation. I'm telling you, Israel. The next generation. I'm going to say it one more time. We must bring up our children to speak and to question and to critically think. We must do this. It's so imperative. Because our children will not survive if we carry on down this path. They will not survive.
Yeah.
Okay? And some of you have not survived because you may be around, but you've got a limp walking around.
Yep. So yes, critical thinking. Some things need to be questioned. You question it. You're not cast into hell because you questioned something that did not make sense to you. We are taught not to. Some people are so scared of the Torah to ask questions and to challenge it and say it doesn't make sense, because that is how we are programmed. When you look in the text, that is not how the people are programmed. We see the leaders having dialogues with Yah. Come, let us reason together. And that is what we see here. Okay, now let's continue.
Ask a question really quickly before you go on?
Please, Madam Susanette, go ahead.
Yes. I am seeing that all of the people so far that Yah has given assignments to, that we have as people to watch as examples, is that he built a relationship with them.
Correct.
He built a relationship with Abraham. He built a relationship with Isaac. He had one with Jacob. And he's repeating Abraham's experience. Also the prophets, when he said that everyone was dead and everything else, and he was the only one, even though he had done something so big and he was running from that queen, he came down when he got to Mount Sinai and spoke with him. He told him, when you repeated it before, he wasn't in the wind, he wasn't in the earthquake, but everybody he has a relationship with, a back and forth relationship. Is he trying to teach us something that many of us haven't gotten yet?
I believe so. And I think we're getting it now. We're getting it now.
But those. But Brother Basil, I had to go back
Hold on.
to.
Madam
Sorry.
Cynthia, hold on 1 second. Brother Basil, we need a sound check for YouTube. Somebody said that it sounds muzzled a little bit.
Okay, is it for everyone? Let's see.
Okay, so it's probably just that person, because Darryl said he could hear clear.
Okay. Yes, I haven't changed anything here though.
Okay.
The thing that I wanted to say was that I don't even want to go down the path of it's a relationship with him, because I think that's how you build relationships with Yah. You know, and I say that because those ladies that had the law was put in place, there's no mention of them having any type of relationship with Yah before, but they questioned it and said this isn't right, because we're going to be at a disadvantage. And they felt brave and confident enough to go to Moses and have this discussion with him. You know, and you have to remember how they perceived Moses, for them to even go to him and say that to him. Do you understand? So I don't even want to go down the path of like that, because I think that with even like, you know, you build up that relationship. And I'm talking for my own self, that I've built that relationship with Yah because I've questioned him. There's times he's told me to go and do something, right? And I'm like, you just don't make no sense right now. Why are you telling me to do that? Like, why? You know? And it's like back and forth. And sometimes when I don't do it, he just gets a person to do it, like to call me and say, oh, you need to do this. Do you know what I mean? That's the person I was meant to call, you know? So it's not even about, I think it's about, also it builds confidence in your children. It builds confidence. Like, I'm a HR professional, and one of the things that a lot of our people have especially those that come from the African continent, was, and I had to kind of help in the organizations that I've worked in, is that when you are from the African continent, or you're an African, heritage, and that's how you've been brought up, when you came to an interview, if you had somebody that wasn't when you're interviewed and the person's your senior, you don't look at them and you don't give them eye contact.
Correct.
Because you're taught from
Yep.
a very young age not to give eye contact to somebody who's senior to you.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
In the Western Hemisphere, and in the HR profession, if somebody doesn't give you eye contact, they're known as dodgy and suspicious, right?
Yes.
And they're not engaging. Do you understand?
Yes.
These are things. This is what I mean. These are sort of the things that I'm talking about.
Correct. Yes. We are raised not to respond to the adults. You can't challenge. You have to be quiet and listen. Even if the adult is wrong, you don't say. You cannot say it. It's changing, but yeah, you cannot really say, hey, you're wrong. You may have to just shut up and listen, and you cannot speak back. So that goes a long way to actually affect us. Still, like you said, you come to the West and you have to change automatically, otherwise you'll be taken advantage of. You won't get the job.
Yeah.
You know.
You won't get a job because I've been on panels that I've had to fight for our people.
Correct.
Because I've been and I've had to explain about the culture, what that was, because they see that they won't give you the job for those type of things.
Correct.
So they'll knock you down for not having eye contact. And you are probably the most qualified, and you're probably the most hard-working person out of all the people that we've interviewed. But because you was not able to connect and do those things, you won't get the job. And this is the sort of things I mean that has really held us down. You know, and people wonder, oh, I've got a master's, I've got a PhD. Why am I a cleaner?
Yep.
These are sort of things that are going on, and we have to change that.
Change it.
We must.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? We must change. We must, and our children have to be confident and have to be critical thinkers. They have to think.
Yes.
You know, they have to.
Awesome. Yes, they're going to. As we said in Torah, they should. We should teach them. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's continue. And then I think we should be able to, give me 10 more minutes. No, 15 more minutes. We should be able to stop somewhere decent and continue next week. So now we've seen the revelation. He's spoken to the hearing of everybody. Awesome. Now let's come back to Exodus 20, what we call the 10 Commandments. God spoke all these words, or Elohim spoke all these words to respond. Remember, everybody is down the mountain, including Moshe. I am Yah, your Elohim, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall not have the gods of others in my presence. Who is hearing this? Everyone. Who is Yah speaking to? The entire nation. You shall not make for yourself a graven image or any likeness which is in the heavens above, which is on the earth below, or which is in the water beneath the earth. You shall neither prostrate yourself before them, nor worship them. For I, Yah, your Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, who visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the sons, upon the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me. Oh, okay, made a mistake here. And I perform love and kindness to thousands of generations, to those who love me and to those who keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yah your Elohim in vain, for Yah will not hold blameless anyone who takes his name in vain. Remember the Shabbat day to sanctify it. 6 days may you work and perform all your labor, but the 7th day is a Shabbat to Yah your Elohim. You shall perform no labor, neither you, your son, your daughter, your maidservant, or your manservant, your maidservant, your beast, nor your stranger who is in your cities. For in 6 days Yah made the heaven and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and he rested on the seventh day. Therefore Yah blessed the Shabbat day and sanctified it. Honor your father and your mother, in order that your days be lengthened on the land that Yah your Elohim is giving you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, his manservant, his maidservant, his ox, donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. We call these the 10 Commandments. We should stop calling it such. Why do I say that? Because that is not accurate. There are more than 10 commandments in there. We will look at that next week. But there are more than 10 commandments in here. So we should not call them 10 commandments. Okay. Some of these statements sound quite familiar. And it seems that we have heard them before. We are going to look at these statements. Whose perspective do you think we should look at them from? Initially, whose perspective should we look at this from?
Rabbi,
Mr. Drew.
should we first just look at Yah's perspective and then our neighbor's perspective?
Yaz and then our neighbors. Okay. Okay. Who else? So is Yah speaking? So let's take Yah out of the picture. He's speaking to a bunch of people. What are the different perspectives that we have? Let's list them first. So Yah's perspective is one. Okay. Number two, whose perspective can we look at this also from?
We can look at the mother and father. Sorry.
The parent, okay. Problem. Someone says the nation, okay. What other perspectives do we have?
The nation, also the wife.
Each individual, okay. Madam Rachel says yourself, so the reader, okay. Who else?
How about the Father and the Spirit, because she has to help us do these things?
Okay, so that is all Yah's perspective. So we're looking at Torah 101.
Okay.
When you read a text, what are the perspectives that you should read them from?
Everybody that's mentioned perspective. So look at it from the father and the mother's perspective. You've got to look at it from God's, from Yah's perspective. You've got to look at it from the a wife's perspective, and also the nation. Well, a nation would be classified as the neighbor, isn't it? You're
Okay,
that's
let me change the question. Forget the revelation at Sinai. Torah 101. When you take any text, what are the perspectives that you should look at it from? Who are the players there? We have Yah's perspective.
Oh, over the people that are speaking.
The writer's perspective too.
The
and people
author's
who are speaking.
perspective, correct? The characters. So the reader, you the person reading. So this is what, let's forget about the wife, the child. Let's forget about that. We have Yah, we have the author, we have the characters, and then we have the reader. 4. Okay. Come to Sinai, and we're given these 10 commandments. Whose perspective should we look at first? We're not looking at Yah, because he's the one speaking here. Let's remove him from the scene. Who do you think is next? Who should be next?
The people he's talking to.
Yeah.
Correct. So within the people he's talking to, whose perspective do you want to know first? You're correct.
Moses.
Moses. We always forget that man. Moses' perspective is very key here. Everybody is hearing what Yah is speaking, but what is Moses taking from it? He's the leader. He's the one who's brought the people here. He's the one who has a special relationship with Yah here. What is his perspective on what is being said? Very important. The author is writing to us to tell us what happened. The characters are hearing something. The characters don't know what Moshe knows. The characters are not hearing what Moshe is hearing because Moshe has inside information. He has experience in history. The reader knows more than all of them. The reader knows more than the characters, knows more than Moshe. He's on the same level with the author because he's the one giving us the data. So we want to focus on Moshe, the one that we usually don't focus on. Now, you, the reader, we are on the same level as Moshe. You know what Moshe knows, and even more than what he knows. Let us see what we hear when we hear the 10 commandments, so-called 10 commandments, as Moshe and the reader. Okay. In Exodus 3, we start the encounter with Moshe. We are told Moshe was pasturing the flocks of Jethro, his brother-in-law, the chief of Midian, and he led the flocks after the free pasture land, and he came to the mountain of Elohim, to Horeb. When else is Moshe leading sheep through the desert until they get to Horeb?
Rabbi, the children of Israel.
Correct. At Sinai, we are there at the moment. What does Moshe see at the mountain in his first encounter? An angel of Yah appeared to him in a flame of fire from within the thorn bush, and behold, the thorn bush was burning with fire, but the thorn bush was not being consumed. Does that sound familiar at Sinai? It sure does. Verses 18. And the entire mountain smoked because Yah had descended upon it in fire, and its smoke ascended like the smoke of a kiln. It happens at Sinai. Yah descends in fire upon the mountain. Once again, this time, It's not only a bush, but the whole mountain is burning, but the mountain isn't being consumed. He's repeating it. He's going back. So you're Moshe and the reader, and you're like, okay, he's taking a private encounter and he's blowing it up. What is Moshe told when he goes to encounter this? He sees the bush. Exodus 3. Do not draw near. Take your shoes off your feet, because the place upon which you stand is holy soil. Does that sound familiar to anything when the people come to Sinai?
Yes, the revelation that he gave to Moshe when he told him, take off these sandals, you're standing on holy ground.
Right. He tells them, don't come near. Don't come near this mountain. It's holy. You're going to die. Exodus 19:21. And Yah said to Moshe, go down, warn the people lest they break their formation to go nearer to Yah to see, and many of them will fall. He tells them, sanctify it. It's holy. Can everybody hear me? Someone says no sound.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, awesome. Now look, Moshe turns to see, right? He goes to see in Exodus 3. In Exodus 9, Yah says, warn the people lest they break their formation to go nearer to Yah to see. So we see the parallel. Moshe went to see. He comes up. They say, hey, it's holy. Relax. Okay, I've told you that it's holy. So don't break the formation and try to come and see. When I told Moshe, when he wanted to come and see, I told him to stop. It's holy, he stopped. Do the same thing. So at Sinai, the whole mountain is holy. And people are told to stay back, not to touch. Okay, you are Moshe and the reader. You're hearing something different. You're witnessing something different because you have inside information that the people don't have. All the people are hearing is 10 so-called commandments. Moshe is hearing 10 commandments. We'll change that. And he's not only hearing 10 commandments, he's getting a deeper understanding into something that the people are not getting. What next? After he's taken off his shoes, Yah says, I am the Elohim of your father. Anohi Elohe Avika. Okay. It starts with I am. Where else does Yah introduce himself that way? With the Hebrew word Anohi. I am. The first of the 10, I keep calling it 10 commandments. The first of the so-called 10 commandments. He says, I am Yah your Elohim. That was how he starts the conversation with Moshe. Here he's repeating the conversation, but something has changed. Look at Exodus 3. He says, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. In Exodus 20, he says, I am Yah, your God, your Elohim. He introduces himself not as your not as the God of your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No, he says, I am your Elohim. When does he become your Elohim? When he's taking you out of Egypt. I am your Elohim. I took you out of Egypt. I rescued you when you were down. He hasn't done that in the past, so he couldn't introduce himself as such.
It's like, well, that's it's like he's done something for you that you witness yourself.
Correct.
And so your own, because you witnessed it yourself, it changes it, doesn't it? It's not
Yes.
it's not like a second-hand conversation about, oh, he did
Correct.
this for Abraham, he did this for Isaac, he did this for Jacob. But this is about you and what he did for you and what you witnessed.
Yes. So now it's changed. Mr. D, go ahead. Sorry.
So, is it possible that he became their Yah once he spoke to them personally? And that's the difference between God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because he spoke to all of them individually?
Correct. Yes. Now he is first, it was the God of their forefathers. They have not experienced him. Their forefathers did. So he introduces himself in Exodus 3 as such. Now you're experiencing me. I just took you out of Egypt. Now I am your Elohim. Awesome. And Yah said, I have surely seen, in Exodus 3, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, talking to Moshe, a private conversation. And I have heard their cry because of their slave drivers, for I know their pains. I have descended to rescue them from the hands of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from that land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. And now behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me. So at the burning bush, immediately after Yah says, I am the God of your fathers, he says, I have seen the suffering of my people in Egypt. I have heard their screams. I understand their pain. And now, you, Moshe, go. I will send you to Pharaoh and take out my nation, Israel, from Egypt. Now, put the first words of Yah's declaration at Sinai together with these words here said to Moshe, and you will get the first of the 10 commandments, so-called 10 commandments. This is what he says. I am Yah your Elohim, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Back at the burning bush, I saw your pain and committed myself to take you out. Back then, I could not claim that I was your God. I hadn't done anything for you. I made promises with your forefathers, but that was it. I was the Elohim of your forefathers. Now I have taken you out. Now I am your Elohim, because I have done what I said I would do. I saw your pain and I responded. I took you out of Egypt. So Moshe is hearing. He said he was going to do something. He's done it. It's only Moshe and the reader that understands this. You and it's Moshe and me and you that really get what's saying, because we're reading. The people out there at that time, they're not getting this depth. Okay, now the second command. You shall not have the gods of others in my presence. You shall not make for yourself a graven image of any likeness which is in the heavens above, which is on the earth below, or which is in the water beneath the earth. You shall neither prostrate yourself before them nor worship them. For I, Yah, your Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, who visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons, upon the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me. Okay. Go back to Moshe's encounter. Did Moshe ever put the God of others before Yah in his presence? Did
Yes, in Egypt, when they brought out he faced the king because he could be considered a god, and when they brought out the snakes and stuff.
Okay, you were right. What was Moshe's response when Yah sent him? The impudence, if I can say that. he invokes Pharaoh. Who am I? How can I even go to Pharaoh? Is Pharaoh a deity? Is he a god? Yes, he is. Yah is sending you on a mission, Moshe. I tell you to go to Egypt, and you put Pharaoh in front of me? Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh? So to everyone else, they're hearing, you shall not have the gods of others in my presence. What is Moshe hearing? And us, we're hearing a rebuke. Yah couldn't tell Moshe this because he has to get him to go, like a parent. I'm sending you to go on a mission. You have all these excuses, you have all these things to say, and you keep quiet because you want the kid to go. Okay, now he's gone and done it. Now he's come back. Now you're rebuking him and straightening things up. You say, anytime I send you, don't dare ask me, why am I sending you? So Yah is saying, don't have the gods of others in my presence, in front of me, in my face, before me. Moshe had Pharaoh before Yah. He was afraid of the God of Egypt. You see what is going on here? Yes.
Sorry, I just got to stop you right there. I'm sorry about. My goodness, what a thing! I was actually dreading you going through the Ten Commandments, or what we call the Ten Commandments. I knew you were going to dismantle it all. I knew you were going to ruin it. Just ruin the whole thing. I knew it. Right? I've been watching these films on TV where, you stand up these things and this big words, oh, thou shalt not. I've just been like, I've been literally sitting here with this start. I'm thinking, oh no. Well, that's going to just ruin everything again. It's just dismantle everything.
Oh.
I can't believe it's just so powerful to know what Yah was really talking about. And I just want to say thank you so much. Like, this is really, really powerful. Like, I'm really, really, like, really in a state of, like, amazement right now. Thank you.
You're welcome. So he's straightening, he's giving commands to the whole entire people. But Moshe can relate to what is being said. It's like a rebuke. Straighten up the leader. Next time I send you, you dare not invoke and put any other God in my face that you are scared of him. I'm the one sending you. To everyone else, hey, don't put the name of any God in my presence. That's what they hear. But on a deeper level, Moshe is silent, experiencing everything. He can remember when these things happened. What do we get next at his private encounter? And he said, for I will be with you, and this is the sign for you that it was I who sent you. When you take the people out of Egypt, you will worship Elohim on this mountain. And Moshe said to Elohim, behold, I come to the children of Israel, and I say to them, the Elohim of your fathers have sent me to you. And they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? Elohim said to Moshe, Asher Yeh, I shall be what I shall be. And he said, so shall you say to the children of Israel, I shall be has sent me to you. And Elohim said further to Moshe, so shall you say to the children of Israel, Yah, Yud He Vav He, the Elohim of your forefathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, the Elohim of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever. And this is how I should be mentioned in every generation. So this is where he shows him his name, Yud He Vav He. He says, this is my name forever, and this is how you should mention me in every generation. What do you think is the next commandment given at Sinai pertaining to this encounter? We are seeing that the encounter Moshe had is what is being listed. Someone says, you should not take the name of Yah in vain. I have given you my name, Moshe. This is the name that I should be addressed by throughout the generations. But, Exodus 20, you shall not take the name of Yah your Elohim in vain. If Yah's name is his empathy for you to come and take you out, as a mother would do her children, don't take that name lightly. So we're looking at the experiences and we see how it fits in the commands that he's given. Moshe understands it completely differently. What comes next? The Shabbat. Remember the Shabbat day to sanctify it. 6 days may you work and perform all your labor, but on the 7th day is a Shabbat to Yah, your Elohim. You shall perform no labor, neither you, your sons, your daughter, your manservant, your maidservant, your beast, nor your stranger who is in your cities. For in 6 days Yah made the heaven and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them. And he rested on the 7th day. Therefore, Yah blessed the Shabbat and sanctified it. What do we know about the Shabbat? We know in Exodus 31 that the Shabbat is a sign. Yah spoke to Moshe saying, and you speak to the children of Israel and say, only keep my Shabbats, for it is a sign between me and you for your generation. Do we see a parallel to this in Moshe's private encounter? A sign, a sign, a sign. Let's go back. After Moshe has asked his name and Yah has told him, Moshe still doesn't want to go. We come to Exodus 4. Moshe answered and said, behold, they will not believe me, they will not heed my voice, but they will say, Yah has not appeared to you. And Yah said to him, what is this in your hand? And he said, a staff. And he said, cast it down. And he cast it down, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yah said to Moshe, stretch forth your hand and take hold of its tail. So Moshe stretched forth his hand and grasped it, and it became a staff in his hand, in order that they believe that Yah, your Elohim of your forefathers, has appeared to you, the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, of Jacob. And Yah said further to him, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom, and he took it out, and behold, his hand was leprous like snow. And he said, put your hands back into your bosom. And he put his hand back in his bosom, and when he took it out of his bosom, it had become again like the rest of his flesh. And it will come to pass that if they do not believe you, and they do not heed the voice of the first sign, remember, the Shabbat is a sign, they will believe the voice of the last sign. So we see it matches. Right after the name, he shows him a sign. On the 10 Commandments, right after he says, don't use my name in vain, he gives him the Shabbat. And he says, the Shabbat is a sign between me and you. Okay. What are we not supposed to do on the Shabbat? Are we not supposed to do malacha or avodah? And what is the difference? We are told we should not do a malacha on the Shabbat. Malacha and avodah in Hebrew translates into English both as work, but they are different. We have two different words. Avodah doesn't mean malacha. Malacha doesn't mean avodah. What is malacha? Madame Yvette says creative work.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it fit into Exodus 4? Did Yah do anything creative that he's telling Moshe, don't do these things on the Shabbat?
Rabbi, you talking about creation?
No, right here in Exodus 4, he does something and he's saying that don't do that in the Shabbat, on the Shabbat.
Is it a separation of the Red Sea, Brother Basil?
No, right here in Exodus 4, he just did something.
In Exodus 4. Oh, right. Okay, let me see.
What is creative work? How would you define creative work?
Is this the flesh?
Correct.
Form of the flesh? Yeah.
It's when
Something for
you
pleasure?
Say it again?
Something for pleasure?
No. It's when you take something in its raw state and change it to something else.
Yeah.
That is creative work. So he takes what? A rod, transforms it into a snake. You cannot do that on the Shabbat, Moshe. That is creative work. That's malacha. He took his hand and made it leprous. You cannot do that. That is creative work. That is malacha. That's why I said it's very important when talk about the Shabbat. And he says don't do work. You have to explain that work because it's not saying avodah, it's saying malacha. And we can prove it that is creative work because that is what he's doing in Exodus 4 when he calls it a sign. He turned wood to a snake. Flesh that was alive, he made it dead. Same things was doing in Genesis when he was creating stuff. He says, don't do that on the Shabbat. And we see that it matches with the 10 Commandments that he's given. And Moshe's experience is like he's taking Moshe's experience, what he's seen in private, and he is molding it, he is rebuking Moshe, and then he's telling him, hey, be careful. So we see him doing something creative twice. He calls it a sign. In private with Moshe. In public, he's saying, don't do these things, malacha, that you saw me do. You can do all of them in your 6 days. On the 7th day, cease. So we see it correspond with the Shabbat. Again, when we say don't do work on the Shabbat, is malacha. You have to understand what malacha is. It is not avodah.
Hi, Rabbi. It's Sarah.
Madam Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Bringing it back to like basic of these days, just so I'm clear, creative work is basically cooking, isn't it? So you're creating like a macaroni cheese, you're creating a curry. That is creative, isn't it?
Great.
This
If you're
day and
turning
age.
something from
Yeah.
one form to the other, it's
So
creative.
you're starting from the beginning to the end. But like cooking an egg in a frying pan, where do you want to draw the line with that? Because you're just cooking. Do you see what I mean? I'm just waiting for
Correct.
those that
So,
like, don't
yes.
understand.
Yes, let's do
That's
this.
different, isn't it?
Correct. Let's do this. I'm not talking about the Shabbat yet. We'll talk about the Shabbat next week when we go over the 10. We'll give more details about what it meant to them then when it was being said, and then we can contrast it with our time today.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes, let's wait till next week and then we can zoom in on the Shabbat. because we're going to go through all 13 or 15 of the commandments. Okay. Awesome. So now we've seen it. We've seen the first four, first three, where we see that it corresponds. What Yah is doing is, to Moshe, Yah is correcting, he's rebuking, he's emphasizing things that Yah has had with Moshe in private, and he's correcting it. As a leader, this is what Moshe is hearing. His experience in the past. They have been re-legislated, they have been corrected. Where he needs to be rebuked, he's been rebuked. And Yah is saying all these things to his hearing and the hearing of the reader, because we know what Moshe knows. We know his encounters. The people standing there, all they're hearing is 10 statements. But Moshe is hearing something different. We, the reader, we are seeing, oh, this is what Yah is doing. Okay. Moshe goes on and he says, I beseech you, O Yah, I am not a man of words, neither from yesterday, nor from the day before yesterday, nor from the time you have spoken to your servant. For I am heavy of mouth and heavy of tongue. Okay? Verse 13. But he said, I beseech you, O Yah, send now your message with whom you would send. And Yah's wrath was kindled against Moshe. What command do you think this will match? What is Moshe doing here? That is wrong.
Rabbi, is he putting a God before the Most High? His fear?
His fear, okay. Look at it as a parent.
Murder.
Look at it again, as a parent.
Honor your father and your mother.
Correct. What is he doing? What is Moshe doing? You're correct. But what is he doing? That Yah would tell him, next time, honor your father and your mother. Because that is the command that is going to match this. He's been disobedient. You're telling your kid, go do something. I'm sending you. And he says, send who you would send. Wait a minute. I just came down. I'm telling you I'm going to go save these people. I'm sending you. I've been trying to convince you. You put Pharaoh before me. I have to show you all these signs. Now, you've asked all your questions. I've answered all of them. Go. You're telling me send who you will send. Are you serious?
Brother Basil, can I just say something here?
Correct.
I feel for Moshe. He's a human being, you know?
He is.
And I just feel like, going up to Pharaoh, like, I know some of us, like in our sort of, modern day, we might not understand the concept as deeply. Do you know what I'm saying? The man was looking after sheep for a long time. Wasn't he looking after sheep for like 40 years or something? Reading his little bits and pieces here and there, sitting at the well, reflecting. And he's a human being. And I just feel like when Yah showed up, or when Yah was talking to him throughout the whole time, I think it was his humanity that was talking. I don't know. I just understand. Does that make sense?
Correct. Yes. His humanity is speaking, is talking, but his words can be can change. He shouldn't word it like that. Send them your message with whom you would send. Yeah, as a parent, yeah, you're going to hear about it.
Right.
Your behind is going to be hot. You don't say that. See, so it's like telling him, next time I send you to go do something, I want you to go do it. Even if you want to speak back, it shouldn't be disrespectful. So the parallel to that is the fifth commandment. Honor your father and your mother. And then you should not murder. You should not commit adultery. You should not steal. You should not covet your neighbor's house. You should not covet your neighbor's wife. Whatever belongs to your neighbor, you shouldn't want. Does that fall under honor your mother and your father and your mother? Yes, it does. You see, why would someone dishonor their parents? There are a lot of reasons. But as parents, sometimes it's because we think that they, who are our creators, as well as with Yah, didn't give us what it takes for us to make it. Maybe financially they didn't have it. Maybe our neighbors had it. They had all the silver and gold. But Yah is saying that be content with what your parents gave you. Be content with what I am giving you as a parent. Don't dishonor me. Why should I thank you for the life that you gave me if the tools you gave me are not up to snuff? You didn't take me to college. I didn't get my own car when I was 16. The neighbors did. You were not home, you're working 3 jobs. And all these things that sometimes we wish that we were the neighbor. So in just one statement, honor your father and your mother. He said, I cannot speak. Send someone who can speak. No, yeah, I know you couldn't speak. That's why I came to you. Why are you asking me to send your neighbor? They speak better. So he wants Moshe. Not only do you disrespect me, but I gave you everything that you needed for your assignment. One of them being that you cannot speak. Yes, I gave that to you. That is what I could afford as a parent. Use that. Make it better. That's the hand you need to fulfill your mission in life. You got what you need, Moshe. Israel, you got what you need, the Torah. Now stand up and do the mission. This is the 10 commandments. Some people had 10. Some people had 5. Moshe had only 5. And the 5 was his experience that he had with Yah in private, that Yah is corrected and saying, you are the leader. Check this. If you don't check it, people will learn. And when they learn, we have to change things. We all know from our studies that the mission that was so high when it started became so watered down. If you go back and listen to the previous Exodus classes. Now Aaron has to come into the picture so that he can speak. All watered down.
May I ask a question?
Mr. D.
honor thy mother and thy father. For Moses' real parents in the Bible, and the Torah says, Mom.
Mr. D, your line is, yeah, you're breaking out real bad. Cannot hear
Yeah,
what
I
you're
can't hear
saying.
you, D.
Okay, is this better now?
Way
What I
better.
was
Much,
asking is,
much better.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, please. Oh, you're muted.
oh, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moses' parents, were they still alive? And did his mom come also? And if so, was that a awkward situation? Because he's got to honor his two mothers and fathers.
Yes, so Moshe did not get the opportunity to honor parents because he was given away, just like Jacob didn't get the opportunity to honor mother and father because he had to run away. Was Amram and Yocheved here? I have no clue. Were his parents standing at Sinai? I have no clue. I have no clue. So this is the experience that they are having. Powerful. Moshe hears something different. The people hear something different. Yah is correcting Moshe as the leader. Mistakes that he made in the past. His history, his narrative has now been made into statements to fix, to legislate, to rebuke, and say next time don't do this. As the leader, don't do this. Everyone else instead of listening to the words that's being spoken, they are in fear. And all the people saw the voices and the torches, the sound of the shofar and the smoking mountain, and the people saw and trembled. So they stood from afar. What is wrong with that picture? What is the people's focus?
Rabbi, I think it's the revelation. You know, it's like the overwhelmingness of it.
Yes. Who are they copying?
Moses.
Moses. You see why Yah had to speak to Moshe? Your, your deeds as the leader can affect the entire generation of people. Imagine Moshe looking at it and it looks so familiar. Your focus is on the magnitude of the assignment to go before Pharaoh, Egypt. You are trembling and want to stand afar, Moshe, because it's too big, or you're scared of Pharaoh. 16, they said to Moshe, you speak with us, and we will hear, but let Elohim not speak with us, lest we die. What does that remind you of? Moshe saying, send someone else, and Aaron comes into the picture. I mean, the whole revelation, what is intended to be, is being watered down. It's just insane. So look at Moshe. Moshe said to the people, fear not, for Elohim has come in order to exalt you. That was what he was trying to do to Moshe. That fateful morning on that mountain. Moshe has learned his lesson. Now he has to turn around, seeing that it's happening again. He has to turn around and encourage them. But Moshe said to the people, fear not, for Elohim has come in order to exalt you, and in order that his awe shall be upon your face, so that you shall not sin. But it's too late. The people remained far off, but Moshe drew near to the opaque darkness where Yah was. What has just happened? From verse 17 to verses 18. Instead of Yah speaking to everyone. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Mother Phyllis.
The relationship between Moshe and the people are about to change, because instead of him speaking directly to the people, now they've sort of like, they've inserted Moshe as the intermediary between him and the people.
Yes. Just as Aaron was an intermediary now. Everything is repeated. So you understand now why Moshe has to hear something different when the Ten Commandments are being said. You understand why Yah has to correct for Moshe. Because the energy that you create affects the people. Now, what we have, a kingdom of priests, is not going to be mentioned anywhere else. Because you can't have a priest or a king who has an intermediary speaking to Yah. No, Yah doesn't need any intermediaries. I'm sending you with a message for other nations. Why don't you get the message directly from me? You want someone to come and tell you what I said? I want to speak directly to you. Do I need to speak to my uncle, my mother, to speak to my children? No, I don't. I speak to them directly. What is this thing you've brought in between us? But now Moshe is the one going up. Everything is messed up. We don't get that statement ever again. You will be to me that is the original plan. That is the original plan. But just as Moshe's original plan is watered down, where Aaron comes into the picture, now Yah's original plan with the people, Moshe has come into the picture in between. Now he's the one going to go talk because they are afraid of the magnitude of the revelation, of the assignment. Of course, it's not an easy assignment. It's not. So Moshe gets to witness how Yah feels when he refused and changed the dynamics of the Exodus. Now he gets to feel that. Okay. Did we receive commandments at Sinai? No, we did not. We received Asret Hadibrot. They don't translate to 10 commandments. this group of divine commandments cancelled is not referred to by any numerical grouping until later in Exodus 34. Number one thing you should know. And even there is called Asret Hadivarim. The 10 statements. I'll repeat. The 10 statements. They are not 10 commandments. Because if you count them, you will get more than 10. You get between 13 and 15. I know you're confused now, so I explained further. What we got at Har Sinai is Asret Hadibrot, sometimes called Asret Hadavarim. They are 10 statements, 10 sayings, not 10 commandments. The word commandment in Hebrew, mitzvah, implies a divine directive which either obligates or restricts us. But when you look at the statement, sometimes you see that several commandments or mitzvot may be included in one paragraph, even in one sentence or phrase in the Torah. So you take one, you say this is the 5th commandment. But in that 5th commandment, you may have 2 or 3 commandments in that 5th statement. So for example, the first section of the 10th statement has 4 or 5 distinct commandments of what to do. They are statements which has commandments in them. They are not 10 commandments. It is a poor translation and also inaccurate to render this group of statements as 10 commandments. Because you can count between 13 and 15 commandments within the 10 statements. I hope you understand what I'm saying. We got 10 statements at Har Sinai, not 10 commandments. It's not called 10 commandments anywhere. It's called Asret Hadibrot or Asret Hadavarim. They are statements that Yah is given as a Brit. He's making a covenant with Israel. Within those statements, you can get 13 to 15 commandments depending on how you count it. I hope this is clear.
Rabbi, I have a quick question.
Mr. Jason.
The reason why I believe it's called Ten Commandments is because isn't that a Septuagint?
Correct.
A later Septuagint, because the original Septuagint was the first 5 books of Moses only.
Correct.
But the later Septuagint that was done by Origin, it just had that name stamped on it. They started writing like 10 Commandments and things of that nature, but it's a mistranslation of the word because mitzvah is not in the Hebrew of the 10 words.
Correct.
When it's being stated. So that's the Greek Greco-Roman rendering of the statement.
Correct. They are statements which has commandments in them, something you should do. But they are statements, and then in the commandments, the statements, one line may have 2 or 3 distinct commandments. So it's inaccurate to call them 10 commandments. No, you won't find it anywhere in the Torah. It's 10 statements. Within those 10 statements, there are some commandments. And when you count the commandments, depending on who's done the counting, you get either between 13 and 15. It's important here because this is a covenant. Yah is speaking. The people would have responded. In their response, they say, let Moshe hear us. Okay. In closing, if we are to understand, we have to understand the people, okay, and what is happening. If we are to understand the Torah properly, we have to begin by understanding the time frame, the circumstances, and the original target audience to whom it was addressed. We cannot understand the impact and message of the Torah without taking into account the reality of the children of Israel or the Hebrews at this time in history. So by integrating what we know about them and their circumstances at this specific point in time, we can grasp the message that is being given to them and learn to apply it to our own lives. It is therefore compulsory to take into account the situation and knowledge of the Hebrews prior to their arrival at Sinai in order to understand the 10 statements more fully. We're going to do that next week. But one thing that stands out, putting everything in context, if we look at the verses immediately following the 10 statements, we see that the children of Israel could not take the intense experience or direct divine revelation, and they asked Moshe to go up to Yah to get the rest of the Torah and then relay it to them. We saw that in Exodus 20:15 to 18. In other words, the original plan was for the people to hear more than just these statements. It's important. It wasn't just 10 statements. There's more to it. They interrupted. And they tell Moshe to go listen. So whether they should have heard the entire Torah or just the rest of the statements, maybe through from Exodus 20 to Exodus 23, it's unclear. But what is implicit in these verses is that it was the people's fear that interrupted the revelation and changed the rules such that Moshe would receive the rest of the revelation alone and transmit it to the people. Was Yah looking to write 10 things on a tablet, on a stone?
Rabbi, I'm gonna say,
Say it again, sorry?
you want to write up? I'm sorry, Rabbi. He didn't want to write it on the stone. He wanted to write it on the people's heart.
Yes. I mean, just look at their decision and how things play out. We'll figure out why it had to be written on stone. So it was the people who interrupted the revelation. Now we have, the Torah never skips anything. It always makes sure that it keeps you accountable. This would also explain an interesting switch in terminology within the Torah relating to the tablets that were in stone. In Deuteronomy 9, look at how the tablet is referred. It's called the tablets of the covenant. Deuteronomy 9, let me read from 13. And Yah spoke to me further, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Leave me alone, and I will destroy them and obliterate them, their name from beneath the heavens. And I will make you into a nation mightier and more numerous than they. So I turned and I came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were on my 2 hands. Moshe refers to them as, here in Deuteronomy 9, the tablet of the covenant. But they have a different name in reference to their placement in the Mishkan. What are they called? They are called the testimony. Edut. And you shall place into the ark the testimony which I will give you. They are called testimony here because they testify to the revelation. In other words, these 10 statements were not committed to graphic representation on the tablets because of their importance, but rather as a testimony to the revelation which every member of the children of Israel had experienced. Had they withstood the fear and had more than more of the Torah directly from Yah, perhaps the whole Torah would not have been given. What am I saying? Perhaps the Testament would not have been given on stone. None of them would have been carved. The reason they are carved now is because you need evidence from Yah that he spoke to Moshe, because you asked him to come up. And for him to come and relay the other commandments that I said to him in private up there on the mountain, he needed to bring something extraordinary as a testimony, as evidence. So now we have a text written in stone instead of written in our hearts. Now everything is messed up. Mr. Jason.
This goes to show us, and it's showing something very important here. Whenever you allow somebody to become the interpretation of your relationship with God, you never get the full dose of what God wants to actually do with you in your life. So instead of having the commandment written on the hearts of all of the ancestors, now it's only the beginning of these words written on a tablet, and the rest has to be interpreted through somebody else's understanding of it, when you could have had direct information from the divine himself.
Yep.
So it's like God never intended. So this is big, because God never intended for us to have a mediator. We did that ourselves.
Yes.
So this would play into the whole Messiah idea. That when we look at a Messiah, God never intended for us to have a mediator.
Oh.
The mediator came of our own doing.
Yes. I won't blame Moshe for it. But we see Moshe also bringing an intermediary, Aaron, into the picture. Now we have Moshe, because you notice, anytime Moshe spoke to the next generation, he says, you were there, you heard him. That was his argument, because that was what was supposed to happen. You heard him. You heard him. We don't need Yah's fingers writing things in stone. If he can write with his finger on stone, what prevents him from writing with his finger on our hearts? Well, that was what he was doing. So we interrupt the revelation as Moshe interrupts the revelation. Because it was too magnified, the magnitude was big. Because Pharaoh was big in Moshe's eyes, because of Egypt was powerful. And it has to be watered down. We don't see anywhere else in Tanakh where it says a kingdom of priests. That was the height of the assignment. It didn't turn out that way. No wonder if you put Jethro's encounter with Moshe where it's supposed to be, no wonder Moshe was just tired judging them. From morning to evening. If only they would hear. That is why Moshe told Joshua when he said the people were still prophesying in the camp, and he says, oh, how I wish that everyone would prophesy. He's talking about this. How he wished everyone heard the Torah for themselves. But as Bishop Jason said, now I have to say, Moshe, morning to evening, judging between. Oh, Lordy Lord. I have to sit morning. It takes Jethro to come and tell me, dude, you're going to kill yourself. This is what we have here now, of how sometimes our focus, where our focus is supposed to be, we remove it from there, and then we create monsters and idols, and we put them in places where they're not supposed to be. When Yah speaks, he wants you to listen to him. Not the environment, not the noise, the shofar. Is that still small voice. It's not what is happening outside. All the noise, no. He wants to speak to you directly, as a father speaks to his children. But he never did achieve that. He had to work with what he has. Because that's what it takes when you're working with humans. They've got free will. They can decide against the Almighty. Can we blame them? I would leave that question unanswered. But we'd have to go back and now look at the statements through their eyes and maybe see why they say what they say. We've seen it through Moshe's eyes. Now we have to take it, put it into their context in the Asian Near East, see its parallels, and maybe we can find why they came to this conclusion. There's always a reason for something. Finding the reason is important because it helps you not repeat some errors. Sometimes it helps you make better decisions. So next week, we'll look at it from the eyes of the audience, the entire people, and see why they came to the conclusion that they came to. Maybe knowing that we can give them a break. I will look at that next week. Questions, contributions, additions before we close?
Was this a marriage proposal?
Yes, it was.
So did they technically turn him down?
No, they did not make it intimate enough. They brought a third party into the marriage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But we can still speak to the Father now.
Oh, yes.
If we draw close enough to him,
Yes.
he speaks with us.
Yes.
He converses with us, because I would be totally lost without it.
Yes, he does. And that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want any intermediaries. No parent wants an intermediary if they want to speak to their children.
True.
Brother Basil, when you think about, sorry, Sister Susan, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Have you finished? I'm so sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, you know, when Yah talks about Moses, me talking to Moses face to face, is that not frightening me? Is that not worrying? To Miriam, it kind of takes it a new level, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Correct. You don't want to listen to me. He's listening to me, and I'm talking, and now you complaining. You know, it's like spit in your face. You know, I come to speak to all of you. You said no. Speak to him. Let him tell us. Now I'm telling him stuff. Now you hear her complaining. Yeah. But it's not easy. It's not easy leading. It's not easy. You know, we've seen Moshe the man he's made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. Yeah, is correcting him here with these. He hears 5 statements. Everybody hears 10 statements. You know, and in these 5 statements, he's rebuked, he's corrected, he's warned. You know, it's like a leadership school. You know, yeah, is speaking to the leader on a certain level, and he's speaking to the audience, you know, on a different level. But we see that Moshe would be very familiar with what is happening because it is his life experience that Yah is chastising and making better. And then how would he feel when, as things are being made better, you know, he turns around and is like revisiting the past right in your face. Wow, this is how I behaved, and they are behaving the same way. You know, as parents, we don't want our children to make the same mistakes that we made. But when they do make those mistakes, it really hurts. So imagine Moshe, you know, hearing them say, you go listen. And he remembers how he brought Aaron into the picture, you know, and now he's telling them, no, you don't want that. You don't want that. You know, he's not here to hurt you. You know, he's here to elevate you. And they can't hear him. Just as he couldn't hear Yah, he was making all sorts of excuses. And now he has to alone walk up that mountain to go hear Yah and come back. And what happens? He goes up and he comes and there's an idol. And it's like, can you win? Can you win?
Abba,
Mr. Marvin,
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Um, I just wanted to get clarification on the part where we were talking about the priests are told to come towards the mountain. Is that referring to Israel? I don't know if you clarified it before, like, because they were considered as a nation of a kingdom of priests. So when he said, you know, the priest to come forward, is he at that time saying essentially Israel? Because I know Aaron and no one was designated or titled priest yet. So is that the way to look at it?
Negative. So they had priests, but they were not priests from Aaron's lineage. So they would have maybe tribal priests, or just like I said, the tribe of Levi were not enslaved, you know, so they could have their the tribe of Levi already serving as priests, you know. So it's these priests are not the priests that we're going to see when Aaron is brought in with his family, you know, to officially serve as the priest of Israel. These are not these are not priests of Aaron. No, they could be elders or something.
Yeah, to me, I don't remember them ever getting any recognition until now.
Correct. They were never, they're called elders and stuff, but here we are introduced to some priests, but they're not coming from the loins of Aaron yet. That hasn't been designated. So maybe there will be priests that may be officiated when they were in Egypt, you know, whatever their responsibilities were, I don't know. But yes, they are introduced as priests.
Okay. My other question is, this one is probably not that important, but I was just wondering, when they said that there was a formation, like did they form, like in terms of maybe, you know, the 12 tribes in a certain form, like one tribe here, one tribe there, or the text is not that clear with it. I'm just trying to.
Correct. I don't know, but if you should ask me how if I picture it, I would rather put them into families. Husband, wife, children, I would put them into those categories rather than tribes.
You said families and I don't know, it was a little unclear.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, so I would rather put them into groups as families. Let's say a man and his wife and his children.
Yeah.
Rather than put them in tribes. No, I wouldn't. Because now you're going to make it tribal. But they all came together as one. So not as a tribe, as Israel. So I'll put them in families, like they did with Passover. You know, when the families had to get together. That is the structure that I would put them in if I had a say in it. But the text doesn't say how they were done.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would go with that direction as well, because if the text wanted to say, you know, put them in tribes, it would have said that.
It would have said that, correct.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Long quick question.
Yes.
You listed the house of Jacob, considering the daughters. And I had a friend of mine who was listening to YouTube, so they had this question. So when else the text is the house of Jacob considered the daughters? Because throughout the text, the house of Jacob is usually considered all of Israel.
Correct. So when you don't have it being contrasted with the sons, anytime you have the sons of Israel and then the house of Jacob, there's a distinction being made. So Bnei Israel literally means the sons, dealing with the man. Okay, where else do we see this? When the manna is given, we see this distinction as well. When they wanted manna, and then the manna is given, the man said, "What is this?" I think there's the sons of Jacob was used. Something, yes. I forgot the wording. But when the manna was given, the first time that the manna fell, it was the men who went out. And then when they saw it, they could not identify, they didn't know what it was. And they said, "What is this?" That is man. What is this? Okay. Then we are told that a description is not made. The men are complaining. What is this? It was too holy. It's angel food. Then the text tells us, after the Shabbat came in, now the house of Jacob, that is the women, called it man. They identified it. Right after the women have identified it, we get a description. And then Moshe is told to take some of it and preserve it. Moshe is not told to preserve it the first time it fell, when the men went out to pick it, because they didn't know what it was. They didn't experience it. It was too spiritual for them. But it was when the Shabbat came in, and women are considered the Shabbat, when the Shabbat came in, the text tells us that the house of Jacob, I think the house of Jacob or the house of Israel, one of them, they call it man. And then we get a description, and then Moshe takes some and preserves it. So there again, we see the difference. The men being distinguished from the women.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
The 70 elders, have they entered in yet? The ones that go up on the mount?
No, we haven't gotten to that. But ask your question again.
We were talking about the priests. I was wondering if they could be the 70 elders by chance.
Oh.
And later we found out up on the mountain.
Well, it could be. It could be. I wouldn't say no, because I haven't actually looked at that perspective yet. So I wouldn't say no. It could be. It could be. We'll find out. Well, based on your question, I'll look at it from that perspective. It could be.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It could be. Very good. Yeah, I'll look at that. You may have a good point there. Any other questions, contributions?
Rabbi,
Madam Jew.
in verse 12, the honor thy father and thy mother, and then that attachment days, so that your days are long upon the earth. Does the reverse happen if you don't? Are they saying you can die quickly if you disrespect, or what's actually happening with that other part of the dangling participle here? Because according to Western religion, we were taught, well, if you didn't have any parents, but the parents were shiftless, so they threw you out there and put you in foster care, then you didn't owe them any honor. And so, how does that actually work? How does that honor your father thing work? You explained that we're supposed to accept and receive whatever they had. But if you didn't have any parents, or you had some degree of horrible parents,
Um, let's answer that question next week. Um, we are putting it in a context that is foreign to the Torah. So let's look at that command in the context of the ancient Near East. Understand it from their context, so that when we import it from their context into 21st century Las Vegas, we would do the import correctly. If we don't do that, we're going to impose certain things on the text that wasn't meant.
Rabbi?
Yes, Madam Massey. I hope that's how I'm pronouncing it
Yes, sir.
correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
So the kingdom of priests that Yah wanted, or Elohim wanted, it never occurred. It never happened. He had to assign a priesthood. Is that what we're coming to in this understanding?
No. So the priesthood serves a different function. The priesthood coming from Aaron, they are to serve Israel. But Israel has an all-encompassing assignment to serve the rest of the world as a unit. So we know Yah's intent. That is his intent. It did not come into fusion with the people that were standing there listening to him.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that we're not supposed to. It doesn't mean that we are not still supposed to fulfill that. No, that is the ultimate assignment, is to become a kingdom of priests. So that is what we are doing now. But it's just that the people that it would have been great for them to start did not really it did not really pan out like it was meant to. But
yes,
that is, it's not written off the table. It's still there, and that is what we are still doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Rabbi, I have a quick question.
Mr. Jason.
I believe answer Miss Drew's point about the honor of the mother and father. Could we look at Yeshua's example in the New Testament writings where he goes into a midrash and talks about you say to honor your mother and father. If I take what I was going to give to my mother and father and give to God, then that's technically honoring my mother and father, because I've given what I was supposed to honor them with to God. And Yeshua was saying, but by you doing that, you still have not honored the actual Torah command, because that's almost like cursing the parent or something of that nature. So in that instance, you can see it was actually talking about like a gift, like a financial gift or something of that nature. So the concept of the mother and father and honoring mother and father is not what we would get from a 21st century idea of what honor the mother and father.
Correct, yes. And like I said, it's important to put in the correct context, as Mr. Jason is saying. If you don't, you're going to import something into their environment that Moshe has no clue about, or the text did not anticipate. So that's where halacha comes in. The issue is that we don't have a body that does that in the West. That's the issue. So it's a bit difficult. Sometimes we look at the halacha of the. So most people don't know this. Most people bash the Jews, but most of the halacha that people use is actually coming from them. Because most of the things do is not in the text. It's not in the text. You can't show me. You know, so either you have your own, and there's nothing wrong with looking at how somebody has taken the text and come up with their halakha. There's nothing wrong with consulting with it and see whether, okay, I'll go with this, it makes sense, or I would edit it a little bit. Because it has to fit your context. If it doesn't fit your context, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so what we'll do next week is we'll take the commandments and look at it through their eyes and see how they understood this. You know? How did they understand it? And their reaction, can we give them a break and say, well, based on their worldview, no wonder this is how they responded to it. But we'll find out whether we can make a case. You know, I like doing that. I always like making a case for the audience. There has to be a reason. I mean, nobody will just say, Moshe, listen. There has to be a reason. There has to be. So let's find out and make sure that we don't make the same mistakes or repeat certain things. Awesome. Any other yes, so the question about the I write it here in my book. Moshe, I don't know that you can see it. Moshe said, eat it today, for today is a Shabbat to Yah. Today you will not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the seventh day, which is the Shabbat, on it there will be none. Talking about the manna, but it tells you here. It says the children of Israel, that's Bnei Israel, sons of Israel, did not know what it was, but when the Shabbat was ushered in, the house of Israel, the women took the stage and officially named the bread from heaven man. And then I explained, you have the sons of Israel, Bnei Israel, and then you have the house of Israel, and that's the women. So here, they are both, you have a distinction. The sons of Israel, and then the house of Israel. So you don't have the house of Jacob, you have the house of Israel. But you see a distinction between the sons and then the house. So I ask, why is the name man given after a week? Why is the house of Israel, the women, formally given this food its name? And why does the Torah wait to tell us what the manna looked like after a week, and only after the women had given its official name? And it was after the women had given the name that Moshe is told to take an omer. So I ask, why delay the instructions of taking an omer of manna and depositing it before Yah after a week, and not from the first batch that fell? So this is another proof where we have the distinction between the men and then the women. So yeah, it's in.
Brother Basil.
It's in. Yes. Go ahead.
Brother Basil, I just wanted to say, it's really refreshing to have this type of study because, Kofi's here, like, when he was doing your class and we was just sitting here talking. I've been saying this sort of stuff for so long, and it just felt like I was talking to myself, essentially. And it's like for many, many years that I've been saying this, like, about Yah and like how he goes on and stuff like that. And I've always wanted to kind of like know his personality, and I asked him to get to know his personality. And his personality is all over the Torah. Do you know what I mean? And it's just amazing. I just want to say thank you. Sorry, that's Asha. It's just amazing to have this kind of study with you, and thank you so much for taking the time to show us, what's what's like behind the text and the context that it's in and stuff like that. It's just amazing. I'm really amazed. Like I never, when you look at it from like what you said of how Yah was talking to Moses, and it's the fact that it's a statement, it just changes the whole thing. Like it's extraordinary. Like I'm blown away by it all, and it fits, and it makes a lot more sense. Like it just makes more sense. Before I just felt like it didn't quite add up, you know.
Yep.
Like me and Coach was thinking, oh my gosh, like it's just incredible. Like thank you so much, Roberto. Really amazing.
You're most welcome. And yes, that's how we should read the text. We say we should read it as critical thinkers. Examine it. We say Yah is given as a book, and we should know that is unique. When we say the book is holy, we're not saying that it dropped from the heavens. We're saying holy means different. It stands apart. That is what kadosh, holy. When we say the tongue is holy, holy tongue, we're not saying that it fell from heaven. No, it's different. So the book is different. It is written differently. It is written with a lot of things hidden. It's out of context. Sometimes words are repeated. We should pause and ask questions. It should make sense. We should challenge the text as we do in this class. We say, okay, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. This is not how I would write it. If you tell Moshe, I'm going to speak to you to their hearing, and we don't see it happen, we have to go back and say, hey, did this happen or not? Okay, it happened. Oh, wow. Okay, nice. What we're hearing are not commandments. We are making a covenant. Why bring commandments in? It's like, no, it's statements. I'm speaking to you. This is what you are accepting, or this is what you have accepted. But you don't want to hear what you've accepted? You want someone else to come and tell you? That makes no sense. And then you look at it as Moshe the leader. Like I said, we always ask, where have we heard this before? It looks like Moshe is hearing something different. And we, the reader, are like, oh boy, he's been rebuked. He's been corrected. He's been chastised. Yah is correcting him. And we see, whoa. When King David said, Yah spoke one thing, I heard two, we're getting a taste of it. He's speaking to a whole people, and everybody's hearing something different. It's like, okay, that's how powerful communication is. That's how powerful the communication is.
That's where you make the most discovery as well, when you question things.
Correct.
I find that when I question things in the Torah, he leads me down a certain path.
Yes.
And I suppose it's that's where that saying comes from. You seek me, you shall find me.
You shall find me. Correct. Yes.
That's what he means. Yes. Because the things that I would like notice, I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why has he put that there? Why is he talking about Jacob having camels? And because there's no camels before, why are there camels here? Things like that.
Yes.
And it just leads you down a certain path. And sometimes it's outside of Torah that you have to go to as well.
Correct.
You have to look at books. You have to look at all different manual things, and it's like a little journey.
Yes.
A little journey out there. So that's when I learn the most. Is when I a lot more questions, or I thought that doesn't add up, or I don't agree with that. Why is that? Why has he said that? And stuff like that. So. Also, Nicole's put a question. She goes, Rabbi, how does Yah measure our intentions against what our actual deeds are?
Oh, yes. So, intentions are rewarded, actually. Intentions are very, very, very much rewarded. Genuine intentions. I gave a very classic example. When Abraham was being blessed, Yah said, I will curse those who curse you. Is that what he said? Let me bring the quote. Let me numb this quote. You see something quite interesting. I will bless Genesis 12 verses 3. Let me quote it carefully. He says, I will curse those who curse you. And then he words it differently. Let me quote it 1 second here. 12:3. Okay. Yes, it says, I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you, I will curse. Do you see a difference in that statement? Let me put it on the board. Genesis 12. Genesis 12:3. Yeah. Do you see a 12:3 here? It says, I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you, I will curse. This is something unique about the wording.
Rabbi, he goes from plural to singular.
Okay, I will bless.
I will bless those.
Okay, yes.
And the one.
Why doesn't he say, I will curse those who curse you? It says, I will bless those who bless you. And it should say, and I will curse those who curse you. That's how I will write it.
Yeah.
But he says, I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you, I will curse. Meaning that with the curse, it has to be done before he counters it. Correct? The one who curses you, I will curse. So he has to wait for the person to pronounce the curse on you, and then he would counter with a curse. Correct?
Right.
So the bad deed is done first, and then he will counter it. Look at the good deed.
Rabbi, can I ask a question?
Mr. Jew.
Good. Is he talking about Balaam?
No, not here, but you can apply to Balaam. Yeah, a good example is Balaam, correct.
Does this match up with the blessing and the curse, which says that you'll be blessed to the 1,000th generation, but you'll be on curse to 4? So that's why we go from plural to singular, meaning it will only be the curse and the curse.
Are you referring to the singular and plural?
Yeah, yes, it says, I will bless those.
Correct.
Plural, but then it says, I will curse, meaning singular.
Correct. So yes, we can look at the plural as singular there. Yes, you may have a point there. No, but my focus actually is not the plural and singular. My focus is how it's constructed. You will notice that when it comes to the curses, the person has to curse. He's going to curse the person who pronounces the curse. The one who curses you, so the person curses you, I will curse. So the person's words that they say, the person's curses that they rain on you, he's going to counter that. Madame Nicole is on something. Look at the blessing. What changes? What is blessed first?
The intent to want to bless
The
another
intent
person.
to want to bless. The intent to want to bless. Genuinely. You know, sometimes you say, if I had money, I would have blessed this person. Genuinely. And yet Yah makes a way. He blesses you, so you bless them. Genuine intent. I will bless those who bless you. It's different from one who curses you. I would curse. The person has to commit the crime before you can judge them. But with a blessing, so now when you go to, well, next week, I'll visit the iniquities of the fathers upon the children unto the blah 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 generation. I have to look at that very carefully because it's also worded very uniquely, and people don't pay attention to how it's worded.
But Rabbi, if what if a person's intent going into a situation or planning an event or something is great, is good, and then but the results that happen after the fact that come out of it aren't good? How does y'all judge that? Because a lot of times we have good intentions with things, but it doesn't always pan out in what actually physically happened.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Abraham had good intents to keep his family alive, to keep those who followed him alive, his household. So his intention was to go to Egypt. And he had to tell a lie. He's human. He sat down, calculated, and that was his only way out. His intention was pure, but him not knowing, being all knowing like Yah, it may have been faulty, but Yah stepped into the situation. So yes, our intentions could be right when we go into certain situations. And then sometimes our encounter with certain people throws everything out of whack. And then maybe we act differently. Well, Yah still would reward the intention. The intention was pure, it was good. It was just that it became something else because of situations that you could not control. So Abraham, that was his only option. He says, let's go. When we got there, he's like, you know what? The Egyptians like beautiful women. So, for your sake and for my sake and for the sake of those that are in our household, let's say we are brother and sister. Jacob. Rebecca didn't say go and steal your brother's blessing. That wasn't the plan. That is what it turned to. What is Rebecca asking him to go? Go and say, bless me too. The boy said, I'm not Esau. He's looking at Esau's characteristics. thinking that that determined his blessing. So mother dresses him up so that he will feel secure. It's like a kid wearing the jersey of LeBron James and he thinks that he's the best basketball player that's ever lived just by wearing a jersey or a shoe or a socks that has LeBron James' name on it. So you have insecurities? Here, take Esau's garment so you can feel powerful like a hunter, like your twin brother. She didn't say, go say I'm Esau. She never said that. The guy got there, he got confused. Who are you? Esau. Oh boy. That wasn't the plan. Intention good. He would have gotten a blessing. But the human factor got in, messed it up. Did he get the blessing? Powerful blessing he got. Intention is blessed. But we know what transpired afterwards.
Rabbi, I have a problem with people making excuses that they're just human.
Well, yes, sometimes that is a problem. Well, most of the time.
It seems like the easy path.
True.
I mean, me as a mother, if my child came to me and said, my father would not bless me because I'm not this child, my real work is not to tell him dress like that child and go. My real work is to know that I have to let the child know you're different and you're you. Why wouldn't she take that path? Why do we continue to take the easy path? I'm tired of all these excuses, and men do it, women do it, and it's not helping it, and helping us. And since the beginning of time, we still want to keep doing it. When is it going to end?
So, Sister Adjoa, sorry, darling, I didn't quite hear what did you say about if your child came and did what, sorry?
If my child came and told me, my father is not going to bless me because I am not his favorite child,
yeah,
I'm not going to tell him to dress up like the favorite child and go.
Would you just let him just leave it alone, kind of thing?
No, it means my real work is there. It's the hard work, is to sit him down and say, look, you might not be this child, doesn't mean you're not the favorite child. Go and talk to him as you are. And this is something I'm personally experiencing in my home with my children. And having to let them know that they are who they are and they need to approach their father based on who they are and present themselves to the father based on who they are. And I have to also, whilst I'm working on them, I'm also working on the father to challenge him to receive their children the way they are. And it's actually working, but it hasn't been easy. Why do people keep taking the easy way out?
Wow, that's amazing, Sister Joy. That's amazing.
Yes,
It's
so
interesting that you say that because I've often wondered throughout my life why no good deed goes unpunished. Like if it's a good deed, why does it follow a punishment? And I've seen that happen a lot around me, and I've never understood it. I know it's a saying that people say, but I've actually seen it. That good deeds somehow end up punishing the person that had the good intent or had the drive to do what's right.
Yes, but I am beginning to realize that that's the easy way. Why are we taking the easy way if we say we're children of God? Why are we choosing the easy way if we say we have a God who loves us? Why are we choosing the easy way if we are learning the journey of our soul?
Yeah, the work. I agree with you, Sister Joy. I think the work is within the fact that you, as the wife or the mother, would try and work it out on both sides. And I think it's not just for mothers to do that. I think there's favorite child with the mothers as well. And I think if you're the dad, I think that you also have to try and work it out. But I think sometimes, that's what I think. I think it's both sides. But it is a challenge. It really must be a challenge.
Yeah. Why aren't we facing that challenge? Why are we choosing the easy way through deception and all these kind of crooked ways? Why? What's my problem? If we say we know God, why are we behaving just like someone who doesn't know God? Why do we fear our place? If our place is in first place and in second place, why do we fear it? Why don't we acknowledge that God doesn't only need leaders, He needs people who help the leaders as well? Why do we prefer to dress up our children like a mother child and encourage them to approach the Father?
That is why the Torah doesn't condone it. The issue with Rebecca and Isaac was lack of communication.
And that is where it's a fault.
Correct.
And if I were to judge them, I would say they were not godly.
Correct, yes.
If God wants to do something, God will do it. He doesn't need your help. Yours is it's as though morals are not godly anymore.
Yeah.
And we are seeing today, even in our political scene and in everything, all the way from the presidency, all the way down to our schools, all the way down to how we handle things on the road, and down to our paychecks. We're seeing it. And yet the people of God, and this is what's corrupted the church, and it's corrupting any kind of religious organization that wants to grow. It's corrupting them, because for you, it seems now that for you to be somebody in this world, you need to give into your baser instincts and do things because of the fear of certain consequences. And I can't call that godly.
Correct. No. And
Rabbi?
yes, Madam Nasi.
As I'm listening to this, I'm kind of just sitting here thinking and relating this back to what we just learned today. As, the children standing there at the base of the mountain, they go through all of this sanctification and setting themselves apart for this wonderful covenant that they've said, yes, we will do with all our heart. And as soon as it starts, they're like, ooh, no, you go and listen and come back and tell us. And as that is going on, I'm thinking to myself, it could not, who was the spokesperson to come up among them and say, hey, we don't want to do this. You can't tell me that everybody in the crowd felt that way.
Wow.
Because later on, there's a Caleb and there's a Joshua who recognize that, hey, when they go in to be the spies in the land, they come back and say, we can do this. Because it's just hard for me to imagine that everyone that day felt that they could not handle this covenant that they had agreed to. They said, yes, we will do this. Because they were so high on what had happened, with Amalek, and they were excited, and so they were like, yeah, we're going to set ourselves apart, we're going to pull up, we're going to sanctify ourselves for this, and then all of a sudden, nobody wants to?
May I dare to compare them to the people that they look down on? Are they any better? What Abraham did, was it any better than what the other ungodly people did? I'm sorry it seems blasphemous to say such a thing, but I think it.
Yeah. Madam Jew.
I've been listening to this part of the conversation, and I think that it was an individual thing. Each person had an individual.
Sister Drew, would you get closer? Because I want to hear you. I can't hear you.
All right, y'all. Am I better now?
Yes.
Am I better?
You're a bit better, yes.
Okay. Okay. The problem being this being an individual set of circumstances in each case. Abraham, Jacob, Isaac, everybody had, and Rebecca. They weren't who they needed to be in this individual situation. I don't want to connect all of the dots, but they were put into the Bible for us to see ourselves individual situation. So I can't relate to Rebecca or Jacob in this instance, but I can relate to Abraham and Sarah. So it is all these instances or these allegories are set up in the Bible so that we can see ourselves and see the ugliness of what it is that we think and do, so that we can change how it is that we think and then thereby changing our behavior. I don't think that all of the people rushed in in Israel and said, oh, we're not going to do this now. No, this is too hard. Y'all take that and run with it. No, I think that the loudest mouth went in there and said, they reneged on the deal. But I don't think everybody did. I think it was an individual thing. These individuals said, no, we don't want to do it, and we're going to change our mind, which had an effect on other people. But I think there were some who wanted to do it and who wanted to remain, in the contract. But each one of these separate instances are put in the Bible so we can just see how leaders act, and so that we don't do the same thing acting as leaders and acting as parents, so that we don't do what Rebecca did. We don't do what Jacob did, and we won't do what it is that Abraham did. We're reading the script so that we can say, nah, I'm not going to try that trick. I'm going to do something else different. And I think it's easy to lean on and say, well, they perhaps weren't who they need to be. Well, we're not who we need to be either. And we don't trust God like we should in these instances. When it is that, our children are not the favorite child, and, our child needs to talk with their dad, or whatever the situation is, we need to trust him more, like the sister said before, and then not react like the scripture, the Bible story tells us not to do. That's my 2 cents.
Awesome. Yes.
What I have a question, Rabbi.
Yes, Madam Aisha.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Where does the Torah address these issues? Because even like, for as much as I cringe when I think of how Jacob played favorites with his children,
Yes.
I have to kind of step back and look at the whole picture, because for him, this was a learned behavior. Apparently his parents, he grew up in a household where his parents played favorites.
Correct.
So naturally, that's something that he's going to display when it comes to raising his children. But I'm trying to figure out, like, why didn't y'all intervene back when Isaac and Rebecca did it? And then why isn't something put in the Torah where we can read on how to address situations like with child rearing or in marriage? It bothers me that Rebecca did make the decision to have Jacob dress up like Esau, as opposed to going straight to her husband, and saying, wait a minute, we can't do this because it's going to affect the way our children interact with one another. Even like when Isaac decided to name him Jacob and call him a trickster, why did she step back and allow him to do it and say, no, we don't want to manifest this behavior in him by calling him this name and repeating it? Like, was that something she was just not supposed to do, to confront her husband in that way and say, look, let's, at the point that, y'all had already told Abraham before to hearken to Sarah's voice, why is it that it just seems like, throughout the Torah that wasn't, repeated, these types of things, so that people could look at them and make, good choices?
Very, very good question. And that is what makes our Torah so unique. Most of the commandments that we are given is based on our history. Like we just witnessed with Moshe. Yah takes Moshe's history, his experience, and he corrects them with the statements that he gave at Sinai. What Yah does with the whole issue in our tent, favoritism, in the commandment in Deuteronomy, we read, if a man has two wives, one beloved and the other despised, and they bear him sons, the beloved one and the despised one, and the firstborn son is from the despised one. We're looking at Leah and Rachel here. Then it will be on the day he, that is the husband, bequeaths his property to his sons, that he will not be able to give the son of the beloved, which is Rachel, birthright precedence over the son of the despised wife, which is Reuben. Rather, he must acknowledge the firstborn, which is Reuben, the son of the despised wife, Leah, and give him a double share in all that he possesses, because he, that is Reuben, is the firstborn son, is the first of his strength. These are all languages that are used in the Jacob story. Then he has the birthright entitlement. Jacob took something that belonged to Reuben and gave it to Joseph. And that is how we ended up in Egypt. So what the Torah does is it takes the faults of our ancestors and then it makes it into law and says, don't repeat what they did. If they did something very good, Yah takes it and he says, repeat it. He puts it into law. So what makes the Torah so unique is that you can look at the laws and find where the people either messed up or behaved rightly. For example, there is a law that, that's interesting. I was just explaining to somebody in a dream about this law. I just remembered, just last night, I was having a dream about this law. The text says that if a human being is walking and the human being sees a nest that is on the ground, and in the nest it has it has birds, birds that are just born, and then you happen upon it with the mother bird hovering over the nest. So you have a nest. In the nest, you have some chicks that were just born. They were very young. And then you have a mother bird that is hovering over the nest. The text says that you should not catch the mother bird. You should drive the mother bird away. And then you can take the chicks or the eggs. You should not take advantage and take the mother bird because she is protecting her young. The text says when you do that, you will be blessed. Let me bring up the verse. Mr. Yesiyahu, is Deuteronomy 22? Is that what you posted for me? Yes, okay. Let's Deuteronomy 22:6. Let me bring it up. Yes, Mr. Yesiyahu, thank you so much. 1 second, let me mute. Okay, now let's look at Deuteronomy 22, verse 6. Thank you so much, Mr. Yesiyahu. This is what it says. If a bird's nest chances before you on the road, on any tree or on the ground, and it contains fledglings of eggs, if the mother is sitting upon the fledglings or upon the eggs, You shall not take the mother upon the young. You shall send away the mother, and then you may take the young for yourself, in order that it should be good for you, and you should lengthen your days. Now, you would pause and say, this doesn't make any sense. The Torah has time to be talking about birds, mother birds. Come on. But no, this is very deep. The text is telling you, don't take advantage of the mother. No, don't use children as bait to get a mother. Don't do that. The only reason that the mother is going to be vulnerable, the woman is going to be vulnerable, is because of her children. So don't use the children as bait. Because what? The mother will fight to the end to protect the children. So don't do that. Where do we see an example here? Jacob is coming home after leaving Esau, taking his blessing. He's scared. He is scared out of his brains because the angels that he sent came and told him, Esau is coming with 400 men. That is not a friendly encounter. He's bringing an army. What does Jacob do? Scared out of his mind. He takes mother and child and puts them in front of him and says, go forward. Walk towards Esau. He puts Leah and her children, Rachel and her children. No, he puts the maidservant and their children, Bilhah and the children, Zilpah and her children, Leah and her children, Rachel and her children. And then he's coming behind them. What has he done? He's baiting Esau. Would Esau take the bait? Would Esau take advantage of Jacob's vulnerability? Jacob would have run away, gone back where he came from because he was scared. But he was pinned down because of the mothers and their children. So he couldn't run. The same way the mother bird is pinned down because of the eggs and her chicks. Yah says, don't take advantage of that. If you don't, there's a reward for you. Esau doesn't take the bait. Esau doesn't kill the children and the mothers. He rides past them till he gets to Jacob. And he asks them, who are those that I saw? He says, those that the Yah has blessed me with. Esau doesn't take the bait. And what do we hear about Esau? There is a blessing that is pronounced here in Deuteronomy. He said, you shall send the mother, and then you may take the young for yourself, in order that it should be good for you, and you shall lengthen your days. Right after that episode, we get a list of Esau's generation. And from generation to generation, they list kings and children and blessing. And the text ends. These are the children of Jacob, of Esau. These are the princes, kings, way before Israel had any kings. That is how it ends. Esau is blessed with this blessing because he refused to take a mother upon the children, to use the children and the mothers as bait. So what does the Torah do? It takes the encounter between the two brothers and it says, repeat it. Repeat it. This is good. How Esau behaved was good. Repeat it. Don't take advantage of the mothers. It's so sad we're doing them now. It's so sad that the fathers leave. They use the children as bait. They know the woman would even go into prostitution to take care of the children. And she would. Because that's how she's programmed. Anything to take care of them. Yah says, don't take advantage of it. But we do. And when they're killing us in the streets, we blame the police. Check your Torah. See what it says. There is long life if we respect our women. There is long life. There are blessings if we don't leave them to be single parents. Ask Esau. He would tell you. If we say we are Israel, some of the things that we are going through, we have to come back to our text and see, are we getting punished for something that we are doing wrong? It would amaze you what is there. I'll read it again for those on YouTube. If a bird's nest chances before you on the road, those in the class, you already know this. On any tree or on the ground, and it contains fledglings of eggs, they're human beings, children involved. If the mother is sitting upon the fledglings, she's vulnerable. The only reason you can catch a mother bird is because of the kids. She would fight a human being, knowing she would lose just to protect the eggs and the fledglings. Yah says don't use that opportunity to catch her. Don't. Don't use her mother instincts to work against her. Don't. If you don't, it will be good with you and you will lengthen your days. We don't know our Torah. We don't. We haven't read it. It hasn't been taught to us. So we fall prey to a lot of things. If we would spend more time studying our Torah than debating or throwing our scholarships around, this is what I know, it would answer a lot of our problems. And you would know that our killings on the street has its roots somewhere if we claim we are Israel. I hope I answered your question. So Yah takes our history and then makes them into law. Things that we did wrong, fix it. Things that he claps about it, he says repeat it. Just like Jacob baited Esau and he did not take it because of the mothers and the children. Do the same.
Rabbi.
Mr. Shansi.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're very welcome, Madam Aisha. Mr. Shansi, go ahead.
My question is, why did it take so long for something like Torah to come about? I mean, going back to Adam and the flood, the human race was just about, wiped out. Why not back then? Because I'm sure, well, I think these kind of mistakes were made prior to us knowing these kinds of stories of the patriarchs and the matriarchs. So, I mean, why so long? That's my question. I'm trying to find an answer to.
Mr. Chance, repeat your question again. Let me think through it as you ask. Yes, repeat it again, please.
Yeah, so my question is why did it take so long for the Torah to materialize when we know of, going back to the fall of man and the flood, the corruption, why didn't something like the Torah materialize back then? I would think it would have been more efficient, so Yah wouldn't have to do what he had to do. I mean, I'm not all-knowing, but I would think these kinds of stories happened back then.
Correct.
This is not the first time, in my opinion.
Yes, so there was a legal code before even Abraham was called out to be a Hebrew. So there was a legal code that the nations kept. So when it came to behaving, those were the legal codes that they would go by. The Hittites had theirs. Egypt has theirs. We'll look at them next week. Mesopotamia had theirs. No, so they did not live in a vacuum. So some of the laws that we have, they're not new at all. Our contemporaries had them. But like I said, what was unique is Yah coming into the picture, taking one group of people and saying that I'm going to give you righteous laws. And those laws are going to be based on your experiences so that you can relate to them. They're not abstract. You can really relate to them. And the best way I'm going to teach it is through stories. We're going to read narratives, the whole of Genesis. And the narratives, as we already know, is full of issues. I mean, we were kicking and screaming through Genesis, if you can remember. And it's like, what is going on? So the narratives had to take place so that we could have a reference point and say, no, Abraham behaved badly here. Jacob really messed up here. These are human beings. These are ancestors. Chances that we would also repeat their mess ups is high. So now let us legislate against them. The best way to tell law, the best way to keep something in memory is to use stories. So could it have been given prior? Maybe yes, but it wouldn't have been effective. I think it's more effective given after the incidents have happened. Now we can relate to those natural incidents and then we can understand the rules that have been given. Just like Moshe would have understood why the kind of statements were being made, because he has a history to them. But the people would see it as abstract because they have no idea of the origins or why these things are being said. So I think it wouldn't have been powerful enough if it was given maybe to Adam. You'll be asking, okay, well, why this crazy law? Like you asked, why are you talking about birds here in Deuteronomy, whatever that chapter is, 22? Why are you talking about birds? But now the birds make sense because we have a story, a narrative to attach it to. So I think that's why it had to be given later after the book of Genesis.
My thing is too is Yah wants to be acknowledged as the one God. But my thing is I'm still trying to identify and really digest why the other gods, why take only a certain group of people, and what I mean, after many, I guess, different attempts, select a group of people to carry out the mission, where, we're the whole human race. I mean, we live and we die, that kind of thing. So, my question is, why the complexities? Why other civilizations have their gods that aren't the supreme God with their man-made rules, when Yah wants everybody to follow his rules, if you know, at least acknowledge them. It's very confusing for me, is what I'm trying to say. But from what I know now, it's just I'm still trying to unfold a lot of things here. But that's what I wanted to just share here. So.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah, sometimes we don't know, we don't have answers to a lot of things. But Yah is always Yah. He understands it better. I'm saying I don't have much to say about that. Let me give you another example. Look at Deuteronomy 19. See if you can pick out where this rule is coming from.
Which verse?
Deuteronomy 19:5. It says, as when a man goes with his fellow into the forest to chop wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut down the tree, and the iron flies off the handle, and it reaches his fellow, and he dies, he shall flee to one of these cities and live. Lest the avenger of the blood pursue the killer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and he strikes him to death, whereas he was not deserving of death, for he had not hated him in time past. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall separate for yourself 3 cities. Can you point to the narrative that this command is referring to?
Well, I was going to say Jacob and Esau, but
You're close.
I don't
think you're close. No problem. You're close. But it's not them. You went right to the correct book, the book of Genesis. Awesome. But it's not them. Who do you... Madame Mercy says Cain. Yes, it's talking about Cain and Abel. How does it fit? This here is talking about Cain and Abel. Did Cain intentionally kill Abel?
No.
Do we all agree? Mr. Shans is correct. He's correct. Do we all agree?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it got overwhelmed. Well, no, actually, didn't y'all say to him, sin's at your door? You need to master it.
Correct, yes. You need to master the sin, yeah? But he didn't know that hitting him will kill him. He's angry. He hit his brother, and he died. We weren't told anything about death, like human beings die. I mean, the text hasn't mentioned that yet. And then notice what happens. What does Yah do to the murderer? What would you expect? You kill him instantly, correct? He killed someone, you kill him. No. He puts a sign for him. The murderer has a concern that other people will kill him, and he gives him a sign so that people won't kill him. And he sent him to another city. That was a city of refuge. It was unintentional. So he says, hey, set up these cities so that when things like these happen, the person can run and get to those places so that he's not killed as well. So that's how the Torah is programmed. Narratives becomes law. So you can relate to the law. Otherwise, it just becomes abstract. I have not stealed. I have not done this. We'll look at the negative confessions from Egypt next week. But, our history is messed up. But Yah has turned them into laws that we follow so that it would correct things that our ancestors did in the past. So we don't repeat them because we are likely to repeat them. But looking at it, you're very welcome. Looking at Exodus 20, I do agree. Maybe we need forensic science to find out the people who came up with this idea that Moshe should go up. Because what you're saying is true. How can everyone agree? How can everyone come to, like Madam Aisha was saying? Was Madam Aisha? I think so. No. The people saw and trembled. Was it everyone? Did some people really want to hear Yah speak? I think that is clearly the case. Maybe those who were scared were more than those who really wanted to hear. But you see, we're dealt with as a unit. So when the majority says something and the majority goes wayward, it affects all of us. But I doubt that every 100% felt this way. I doubt it. Somebody should write a book, finding those who said no. A forensic a forensic search for the culprits. That would be an interesting one. Because, yeah.
Rabbi, does that have anything to do with making a vow that you don't keep? Or that you shouldn't make a vow?
It could be, correct. Is that you say yes to something and I'm telling you what that something is and you're like, hey, let someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean? You don't want to hear the details of the covenant firsthand? No, nah. Yeah, it doesn't look good. But awesome. That's how sometimes things play out. And Yah comes in and tries to fix it. Yeah. But as we've seen, it's not easy. It's not easy to take a people that have been beaten down in Egypt. A people who have a certain demeanor. A leader who is trying to lead and it's difficult, who has his own insecurities. And we're looking at a deity who has to work with humans who have free will. So it's not easy across the board. It's not easy for Yah. It's not easy for Moshe. It is not easy for the children of Israel. This is all new. So everyone is trying their best, I would say. If I should speak for everyone here, Moshe is trying his best. Israel, they're trying their best. Yah is trying to work with humans who have free will. And it's difficult. So I tend to have compassion for all three people, including Yah. Because sometimes things have to be delayed. Sometimes things don't play out as you want them to play out. And sometimes you have to re-strategize. Sometimes things have to go through a longer route. But Yah doesn't give up, so we shouldn't give up. So yes, we've seen Moshe today. We've seen Yah, we've seen the people. Next week, we'll try to figure out what they were thinking and what we can learn from it. Madam Cynthia, close for us.
Oh gosh, I was going to ask you a question.
A question? Okay, yeah, go ahead with a question. I'll answer it and close it. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to know, you know, when we talked about Moshe ascending,
Yes.
and you said that, you know, you do things to make that Yah responds to. But what happens if Yah's not responding to you? Like if you're ascending, but it's not coming through. I mean, what are the criteria that allows him to do it and not do it? Does that make you get what I'm saying, Robert?
Yes, so maybe you haven't ascended enough. Keep going. Keep ascending.
Why? Okay.
Yes, keep coming.
All right.
What was Moshe doing? He was taking care of someone's sheep, and he saw something. You know, he paid attention for a while, because to notice a bush that is not being consumed and is burning, you know, it takes being attentive. So observing, looking around and say, well, that is unique. Let me go and observe. So we get to a place where, you know, we are there. We know, you know when you are there. You know when you've achieved a certain height that you've not been. And usually Yah responds. Yah would respond. So yes, keep going. Keep going. He would. Don't let the noise of the shofar or the happenings around deter you. That is what happened to Israel. But still try to listen to that still small voice. It is always speaking. You just need to tune out the noise and listen.
Thank you, Baba Basil.
You're welcome. Alrighty. So we'll continue our studies next week. As usual, your desire for Torah is amazing. It amazes me every week. It's contagious, I would say. And that is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to study Torah to understand it. Not so that we say, I know more than you, but to understand it. To leave every time you study Torah with something that you can apply to your life. Because this is our wisdom that we can apply. So may the rewards for studying Torah be your portion. As you go into this week, may you benefit from this knowledge as you apply it. Teach yourself. Make sure you understand it, and then teach it to your friends, your neighbors, and those that you have been called to that I can never reach. Share your Torah with them, so they would say, what wisdom is this? We pray for Nigeria. We pray for our family, Nigeria. Let there be calm. Let there be calm. Let there be change. Thank you, Yah. May Yah bless us all. May He keep us. May He shine His face upon us. And may He give us shalom. Shabbat shalom, Israel. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat
Shabbat
shalom.
shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Rabbi, this is Nicole. I just sent you another message in the little inbox thing. I hate to be aggravating, but I did want that information.
Alrighty, I will take a look at it. Oh, the 333. Sure. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. Our family on YouTube, Shabbat Shalom to all of you. Thank you for joining and listening in. I hope you're blessed. See you next week. Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.